At one point, I was working on a revision to the women's sports bill. Show you, doing a lot.
Yeah, I want
from your, from your original one. I took a lot,
Yeah.
so I can show you what I was playing with.
I've got some of that back at the house too.
Yeah, right.
So we need to tag each other here
Yeah.
and do this stuff.
Yeah.
I was also working on your part-time teacher bill a little bit. Of course, we need to get Appleby.
Yeah.
And regarding the certification aspect of that.
Yeah, I did talk to him also about that, and it's a big financial hit for school districts in terms of the retirement system. Anyone who has a license from the department, in terms of the retirement system, is considered a teacher.
If they're 30 hours or less? Yes.
This afternoon, it's Luno, me, Tanner, and Dave for our work group this afternoon. Right?
That's
That's
Good morning, everybody. We're going to open up our first hearing for the Education Committee. Our first bill on the docket today is HB 1594. This is a bill establishing an annual review and qualification to determine eligibility to participate in the Education Freedom Accounts program. And I'd like to recognize Representative Myler. Yeah, give me the pink card. No. Okay. And after you present Representative Myler, we'll take your pink card.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. My name is Mel Myler, and I represent Merrimack 9, the gorgeous towns of Hopkinton and Bow. Now, I'm presenting 1594 this morning, which is a bill that would have an annual determination of the eligibility awards for the Freedom Account. Now, the reason why I did this was because my concern was that right now, once an individual becomes eligible for the Freedom Accounts, they stand there for their life in school. And I thought that was wrong. Primarily because most of our programs, of which I believe this is, since it has a 350% poverty level eligibility for a family of 4. And I began to think about, well, what other poverty programs provide annual review? And I've passed out to you a thing that I worked with OLS on. And you can see the various programs that, in fact, do have an annual review. I want to draw your attention to the last item on the chart, which is the Children's Scholarship Fund, which currently has about 45% of its students that are currently getting an annual review, primarily those who have free and reduced lunch. And so my sense is that if you have 45% that are already doing it, the program obviously has a system at which they monitor students, et cetera, to do this on an annual review, that we should do this on an annual basis. It's my belief that as we looked at the EFAs, that if you have a parent, for example, who has a child, and let's say the parent's 30 years old and is making, the 90,000 or so eligibility, as their salary increases, it seems to me that there should be at some point in time, they basically term out, if you may, their eligibility for that. So that's really the intent of the bill. It's a fairly simple concept. You can agree or disagree with it, but I think there are merits here that when you talk about families who have to have annual reviews, just to make sure that they maintain their eligibility, that's really the intent of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler. Are there questions for Representative Myler? Not seeing any. Oh, yes, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative, for taking my question. On the handout that you,
Yes,
did this just come around for the?
yes.
On 1594. Could you comment again what it means in the column that says eligibility period?
Well, I think it means that annually, families who are in this particular center column, that they have to be renewed each year
Okay. So on
to
the,
maintain their presence and involvement in the program.
so follow-up, thank you. So on the last one, Children's Scholarship Fund, when it says 1 year, you're meaning that's what the bill would propose?
Yes, that they would
Okay.
have to do it on an annual basis.
Thank you. So I'm sorry I didn't get that the first time. Thanks.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Myler. I'm looking at the effective date, which must have been an oversight because it already has passed, but either way, is there any sort of phase-out period? So, because there are families who are expecting to receive this funding in future years, are we just telling them that after when the date passes, they're no longer to receive the funding?
Well, they'll maintain their eligibility as long as they maintain that within the 350% of the poverty level. So as long as they maintain that level, they'll stay in the program. If they go above that through a review by the Children's Scholarship Fund, then they would be out of that program.
Okay, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, you may.
And then line 16, there's and be allocated to fund other EFAs is removed to this bill. Could you address the intent of that? If the funding has already been budgeted for the EFA program, then why would it return to the Education Trust Fund as opposed to funding for other EFAs?
I guess I don't, would you state your question again? I'm not quite sure what it is.
Yes, if the funding has already been budgeted to be put towards EFAs, then why would it return back to the trust fund as opposed to funding another student's EFA account?
Well, there's a budget, as I understand it, there's a budgeted amount, there's a program, excuse me, there's a budgeted amount within each budget. And so whatever money is available would be in from that budget. So if somebody doesn't qualify, that just means that whatever that $5,000 is or whatever that is, that would just stay in that particular fund.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You spoke to the idea of renewing eligibility each year, but I didn't really hear anything speaking to the elimination of the rollover from year to year. Can you speak a little bit to why we would be changing that so that funds are no longer rolling over year to year, but instead revert back to the trust fund?
Well, I think if they're in fact ineligible for the program, then the money would stay in the trust fund.
Follow up?
Thank you. If I may, just because I want to be certain I'm reading correctly, because I don't quite read it the same way. So on number 2, program funds, and then number 7.
Which are you, Representative, which are you referring to? You mentioned 2 and 7. I don't know what you're referring to.
Program funds, so it's section 2 and then Roman 7.
Okay.
An EFA shall remain in force and any unused funds shall roll over from quarter to quarter, but then from year to year was struck in this legislation, which tells me, regardless of whether the student is remaining ineligible or becomes ineligible, even if they remain ineligible, those funds would no longer be allowed to roll over from year to year. Is that your reading of this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So just to follow up on that, if I had a student who had an account and for a year we were ineligible for the FA account, that money would be gone, and if we became eligible again the next year, it would be starting from scratch. Is that correct?
I would assume if this would go into effect, rules would address that issue.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to call forward David Trumble.
Morning, Mr. Chairman
Good morning.
and committee members. My name is David Trumble from the town of Ware. I support this bill for a couple reasons. First, I think the use of an annual income eligibility guideline is consistent with other governmental programs that are based on income, as Representative Myler stated. I could not see any other programs that used income guidelines that didn't have an annual program in the state. It's also worth noting that the Educational Oversight Committee majority report recommended an annual review of income. Why is this fair? This is not about fraud. It's just if a parent 1 year is unemployed and the next year is employed, then they're now over that income limit. Or if they get promoted or their self-employment business grows, this is just the way life goes. People's income goes up. This bill would only affect people whose income is above the 350% limit, or if the 500% new rule, it would be people above the 500% rule. Second is that 350% limit is pretty high if you compare it to other programs in the state that use annual income guidelines. For Medicaid, it's $39,900. For low-income energy assistance, it's $60,000. For SNAP, it's $39,000. Child care scholarship program for the $5 cost share is $41,000. So the 109,000 or 156,000 is very high compared to these other programs. What does that mean? The 350% limit is the median New Hampshire income for non-metro New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Finance Authority says the statewide median income is $121,000, but for non-metro, it's $106,000. So basically what this is saying is that if you're in the upper half of income, if you started out at some point you were under the lower half, but you move up to the upper half, you're still being subsidized by the people of the state. If you use the 500% limit, and it looks like that's likely to happen based on last week's result, that's the top 20% of income in the state. The New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute just turned out a report this year about granted staters with the lowest incomes have the highest effective tax rates, and they tell us that the 153,900 and above is the top 20%. So if the 500% rule is going forward, basically what this bill would do is say if you move into the top 20%, the state is no longer supporting your EFA program. And that doesn't seem unreasonable when people who are just going into the $41,000 mark lose their Medicaid, they lose their SNAP benefits, and they lose their child scholarship programs. Basically, I think it just comes down to, and the other question is who pays for this? It's the people in the lower income brackets. That New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute said that the people under $154,000 pay a higher tax rate than people above it. In fact, they said that families in the bottom 20% have a combined tax rate more than 3 times the rate of those in the top 1%. It's a regressive tax state in this state. So really what you're saying to people who make $40,000 a year is you're going to finance the education for people who have moved into the $160,000 to $200,000 range. That's not fair. It's basically just a question of fairness. If your income rises above the eligibility level, then you should no longer be eligible for the program. We have one set of rules for low-income programs. If your income goes up, you're out. This creates right now we have a different set of rules for high incomes. Even if your income goes up, you get to keep the benefit. That's not fair. It's disrespectful, I believe, to people who are participating in all of the other statewide programs. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Lucas?
I'm wondering, trying to think of how to ask this. We're talking about education and children's education, and the EFAs are one of the recognized methods for getting an education in the state. And I'm wondering, so it should be compared to that rather than these other things. And so I'm wondering, do we means test traditional public education?
Thank you, Representative Lucas. So two differences with public education. One is under public schools, we have a constitutional duty as a state to finance those schools. That's written in our Constitution. It's been made clear by the Claremont decision. As for private schools, they are not mentioned in the Constitution. They're not included in the Claremont decision. We have no obligation to finance private schools. It's discretionary expense for the state. So they're two completely different systems.
Further questions? Representative Lucas?
And every time I go to start to ask a question, my mind goes blank. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
Further questions? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. And thank you for being here again today. I wasn't clear on what you meant by funding private schools. I'm not sure who is funding private schools.
Okay. I should have said funding the EFA program, which allows people to use the money to fund private schools. But the point I was simply making was, is that the EFA program is not constitutionally required of the state of New Hampshire. It's a choice that we've made to have in this state. If tomorrow the state had a tremendous financial shortage and it eliminated the EFA program, that would be constitutional. There's no constitutional block to that happening, but we have to continue to finance our public schools constitutionally.
Follow up?
So I assume you're not saying that the state should not institute any programs that are not specified in the Constitution. Am I correct? That's not the direction you're going?
Sorry, there was two negatives in there. Could you just say that again, Representative?
I assume you're not saying that the state should not implement any programs that are not specified in the Constitution. I seem to hear that in your comment. I assume that's not what you mean.
I'm not saying that EFAs are unconstitutional, and my point today was not that we should eliminate EFAs. My point was just, I was asked the question, why does this not same set of logic apply to public schools? Why do we finance public schools that have people who are wealthy that attend? And I was trying to distinguish that the public school is constitutionally required. You heard Andrew Volinsky's story about how it came from the Massachusetts Constitution. It's part of the system of government. Everybody in the state benefits from it. That's what we agree as a set of norms. If you have public schools, they have to follow the rules, like no discrimination. If you want to set up a private school, you're not bound by any of those rules. So therefore, the state is not bound to finance you. But I'm not saying we should eliminate funds to private schools. I'm just saying if you're going to have a program like this, it should at least follow the same guidelines we do for every other income-based program in the state. When your income goes above that number, you no longer receive the benefit.
Representative Lucas?
So if we unfund those parents because their income went a little high, bumped up for whatever reason. Maybe they have to replace their car and they took an extra job for a little bit. For whatever reason, their income had bumped up for a little bit and they could no longer afford whatever it was that they were doing. They would then most likely revert to the public school and we'd be paying $20,000 to educate them rather than $4,000 to educate them. And that's what you're suggesting.
So your question is, if they go to the public school, it's actually going to be more expensive, and you think the EFA saves money for the towns?
Basically, yes.
Okay, so I would like to address that, if I might, Mr. Chairman. The question was asked. My conception of that is that that's a theoretical savings. I have never seen any data that proves that it actually happens. And I would urge you to go to the Conval lawsuit. The judge laid out the expense categories in the public schools. The number one expense is the teachers, then comes the facilities, then comes, the other professionals such as your nurse, your guidance counselor, your principal, and then you have instructional materials, which is a couple $100 a student. Right now, we have 4,000 students in the EFA program. 75% of them already go to private schools. 1,000 of them came from public schools, right? Those are the basic numbers that we operate on here. There's 160 school districts and some almost 500 schools in the state. That means that under the EFA program, each school in the state has had 2 children who went from the public school over to a private school. So just think about your local school. It's got 400 children in it. 2 of them went over to a private school under the EFA program. Does that affect your teacher salaries? The biggest effect? No. I mean, if you have 4 classes of 4th grade, each 20 or 25 students, you're not going to lay off a teacher because 2 students in the whole school left. You're not going to lay off the principal or the nurse or the guidance counselor or the person who meets you at the desk. You still have to fix the roof. You still have to heat the building and put the lights on. The only discretionary expense that changes is the instructional materials, which is $300 per student. So maybe having a child go over to a private school through an EFA saves the town $300 per student. But also don't forget that school now loses the $4,000 in base adequacy, although they get back a couple thousand for the first year or two. It's a little confusing, but basically they save 300, but they lose 2,000. So I would say that those two children have now lost that school money. You would have to have dozens and dozens and scores of children leaving before there's any savings. But at this point, the program is not saved, in my mind, public schools a single dollar.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Trumble, for joining us this morning. Just based on what you're talking about now, and students that exit their public school and that under certain conditions might return to their public school, are we seeing as now that we've got sort of 3 years of data that are starting to come out on the Education Freedom Count program, are we seeing students that may have exited their public school in 1 year, then returning back to their public school after a year of maybe being out with an EFA?
It's really unclear. There's another category of students who are kind of lost in the numbers, so they don't know what happened to them. Notice they went to a private school, but then they got lost. And there was somebody who testified that somebody from the EFA program was a number keeper of that, explained that there's some that they don't know about. It's some percentage. I don't know. I mean, maybe they graduated, maybe they dropped out, maybe they returned back to public school. I do know from just reading about how EFA type programs or voucher type programs, whatever, they're called different things around the country. Many parents, especially special ed parents, are used to a public school where you get an IEP and everything that's in that you have a right to. Then they go to through a voucher program in other states, which is what they're called in those states, voucher programs. They don't know what they're getting into. They don't realize that they're giving up their rights. They have to sign away their federal rights. They get to the private school and find out that they have one special educator who does all the special ed for the building and may not be trained in their child's. And then they start looking for other private schools and maybe they go back to the public school. So I don't have the numbers. That's one of the basic problems with this program is it keeps expanding, but we don't have a really good grip on how it's working. So I don't know, but I wish I could give you an answer.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have no more cards on this, so I'm going to close this hearing down. And we'll start the other up in 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead with the next hearing. The next hearing on the docket is 1287. This is an act relative to the definition of the term evidence-based within public education. Welcome, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Good morning. This bill is primarily about directing this state and our education, not the curriculum, but the methods by which we use to educate, to be rooted in a properly defined scientific process. So at first, imagine the two following questions that each generate data. The first question is, this program, when instituted, demonstrates on average a 10% increase in standardized test scores. Apologies, that's not a question, but it's a statement of fact that contains data. The second question, true or false? I feel like students are more capable of performing after doing this program. Both of those items generate data, but the data they generate is not equal. First, science operates by attempting to falsify a claim. The more attempts to falsify a claim that a claim survives, the higher degree of certitude we can have that the claim is true. The second question posed, based in feelings and subjectivity, is fundamentally not falsifiable. Therefore, it cannot be said to represent real, good science. Far too often in the history of education have we relied on this second type of data. This has resulted in the adoption of suboptimal methods, suboptimal outcomes, and significant waste in time and money. There is no need for us to continue to do this. All across this nation and across this world, colleges of education and other related fields are constantly pushing out studies, peer-reviewed, good science studies, demonstrating methods that can be efficacious, or disproving methods, but saying that, oh, absolutely, actually this doesn't work. We find that out all the time. If we want to improve outcomes and do the best by our students, we must eliminate non-science and pseudoscience-based data from our evaluations of the methodology being used. We should only be using objective, verifiable data based on falsifiable hypotheses. Now, to the cost of this. This shouldn't cost much of anything to our state or to our local subdivisions in this state. This law allows for localities and those adopting these pedagogical methods to demand of the providers of textbooks and other such methods that they furnish them with the studies that they relied upon when creating their products. In other words, the textbook providers and others should already have this data. They already should have used it when they put their textbook together. All we ask them to do is furnish it to us, the state, or those adopting this, so they can in turn furnish this to the public. This is a hugely necessary item. Transparency is paramount. This is the way science works. Science works by continually attempting to falsify information and claims. By putting this information out publicly, it allows parents, it allows teachers, and it allows experts in various fields all over the country and all over the world to look at the studies we're relying upon and say, hey, this is a good study, or maybe it's not, and they can raise a concern with it. And according to this basic logic, if the methods being utilized are, in fact, efficacious, if they work, it should be no problem whatsoever to identify 2 or more studies from educational or related fields that actually say, yeah, we tried to falsify this concept and we couldn't, so it's a good concept. Further, we will be throwing a wrench into the occasional bad habits of major education corporations and those sometimes producing textbooks of making frequent changes that they might update their textbooks to sell more textbooks and more new classes. It's been a long-term problem within the field of education, this concept of chasing fads. And we would, by doing this and relying on good science, take away the necessity or the even ability to constantly update things based on new, unproven things. Finally, this has no direct bearing on the individual teacher or classroom. That was not the intent of this bill, to burden the teacher with anything whatsoever. It is specifically written into this that it shall not be enforced at that level. This is all about those people, those organizations such as the DOE and local school boards who are adopting the pedagogical methods that are being pushed into the classrooms. It does bind the state, accepting higher education and their freedom of education, to conform to this proper definition of the term evidence-based. And it does so to eliminate any possibility of misuse of the term that could see false scientific concepts being legitimized under the banner of evidence-based. And that's what it does. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Whose evidence are you relying on, and who's evaluating that evidence?
I assume you mean if the bill were to pass, whose evidence would we be relying upon? We would be relying upon the evidence produced by professional journals, professional colleges, in order to, the persons who actually do design studies, the ones, they're typically involved in peer review, though they don't necessarily have to be. And that would be the data and evidence we would rely upon for pedagogical methods.
Yes.
A couple of months ago during the presidential campaign, there was a little discussion about the causes of the Civil War. And different viewpoints. What evidence would you rely on for discussion in curriculum or classroom as to the causes of the Civil War? Whose evidence would that be relied on?
Oh, thank you for the question, but this bill doesn't actually speak to that because that would be a curriculum matter, and this is purely dealing with pedagogical methods, not curriculum or what is true or false in curriculum. It's a matter of how things are to be taught in terms of efficacy of methods.
One last question.
Yeah, thank you. Last year I had a bill related to literacy. And for decades, we relied on the methods outlined in terms of teaching reading by Lucy Calkins and others who agreed with her methods. And that was evidence-based. It was written up in the journals. Columbia University had a unit specifically related to that in terms of instruction. But that was disproved, so that was evidence-based. So now, after decades of research, including brain studies on how students learn to read, there is new evidence, the science of reading, if you will, that has been objected to by some. So in terms of literacy, what evidence should we rely on? Lucy Calkins' evidence or other evidence that has been gathered over the past couple of decades?
Thank you for that. And that really highlights some of the importance of what I'm talking to in this bill. So we have to understand that there is no such thing as a perfect science. We don't have perfect information in this world about really anything. It's about trying to improve our understanding of things over time. And as such, we do have to recognize that science, because it is constantly testing falsifiable claims, may eventually falsify a claim, which means the science itself can legitimately change. That's something that can happen, which is a matter that is addressed in this bill because it's not about making the perfect the enemy of the good. It's about saying that we should be doing the best we can, even though it's not going to be perfect. And how do we identify the best at any given time that we can do? And I think that's the angle that you're speaking to as well in this. And that's a approach I would support to good, objective scientific evidence being used in pedagogical methods.
I do have a question, sort of a little bit follow-up to where Representative Cordelli was coming from. Can evidence-based, as you define that, be based upon historical research that is premised upon studying and understanding causes and effects of trends that occurred in the past to anticipate where we're going in the future?
I think I have an idea of what you're speaking to. So this bill, in terms of evidence-based, excuse me, it would allow the consideration of any evidence-based, so a properly designed study, so a historical study could be included. However, the bill does leave obviously you can't fix everything. The bill does leave the possibility that you could address old science and ignore some new science. But that's why the transparency is so important. It's because people can look at this, parents, whoever can look at this and say, hey, this is old stuff. This is an old study, and we have newer studies that actually have falsified that claim in the meantime. So it's something that can be updated, and it can be updated according to a legitimate objective measurement as opposed to updating constantly based on more subjective matters, which are not an optimal way to do things.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, Representative Belker. I'm thinking about the practicality. Okay. I'm looking at, Michael, on your, particularly in respect to line 14 and 15, not necessarily the line, but the inference. If we're talking about including educator training. Okay. I'm thinking about the different schools of philosophy and the different schools of training that folks come from. We have in this committee 7 or 8, 9 former teachers may have been trained at 7 or 8, 9 different colleges, some private, some Catholic, some maybe Greek, some public. I mean, so they have different philosophies, some more Socratic, what they're thinking. So I don't understand how we're going to be able, from a practical standpoint, where it comes to including educator training, how we could make this applicable or work.
Sure, thank you. That's a very important point. So this doesn't seek to address historical issues with people having been trained in different places and having different philosophies. And in fact, there's plenty of room within this for different philosophies to exist, because I do know for a fact that these different philosophical doctrines from education are individually and separately producing their own peer-reviewed studies. So if they want to be able to continue in that same manner, all they would have to do is identify for instance, the College of Education that is teaching this philosophy. We just have to identify 2 or more studies that are proper peer reviewed, or they don't even have to be peer reviewed, but they have to be properly well-designed studies that justify that methodology of approach. And I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to teach a child. So you're going to have differences of approaches that can be separately verified to be effective. And that is all free to exist perfectly fine under here.
Okay. Representative,
Follow up?
Thank you, sir. To the same extent, how, and the practicality piece of this again, how are we going to regulate that the 9 different schools that the folks around this room went to are going to participate in this? If I go to Ohio State or UCLA or Bethune-Cookman and I come here, we can't ensure all those 3 schools and all of them are going to provide education, evidence-based education, pedagogy, instruction.
Correct. Yes. This has no ability. We have no ability to regulate anything that's happening out of state. If somebody learned methods that are not optimal, that don't stand up to criticism and study, and they come here, there wouldn't be any immediate effect to this. But what we can control is our continuing education of educators that occurs in this state, and to make sure that continuing education does occur along lines that are actually based on good objective data sets.
That would be that last thing. Yes, thank you. So that would be the professional development once the faculty are on board in different schools in New Hampshire. But it wouldn't really be the education training. It would be the professional development continued.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You use the term reproducibility, and I'm wondering if you can define that. Is that reproducible in the same circumstances? Or is that reproducible, say in this case, across districts, across ages, across types of kids, et cetera?
Thank you for that. That's a very important point to clarify. So reproducibility in this is actually talking about the scientific reproducibility of studies, meaning that if you conduct a study on a methodology and it demonstrates, okay, that we have this positive outcome, this positive effect, we did not falsify a truth claim. And then another study is necessary. This is why I've written into this. It requires 2 or more studies from education or related fields. Another study then is done that confirms that. And that is reproducibility, the ability to confirm the same result in repeatable studies.
Thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I feel like I'm hearing a conflict between some of what you're stating and some of the language in the bill, so I would hope you can clarify.
Sure.
On line 7 and 8, it reads, the general court believes that while peer review of studies has uses, including evaluating the proper design of studies, peer review alone has no weight in evaluating or falsifying claims. But I believe I've just heard you validate the usefulness of peer review multiple times, so
Correct.
I don't understand.
So within the scientific process, what peer review is primarily good for and what it was primarily originally intended for is the ability of persons who have expertise in these sorts of data and studies to determine if the study itself is properly designed to meet and produce the criteria, the kind of data that we want to see. But when it comes to whether something is true or false, peer review has no effect on whether something is actually true or false. It stands alone as is, as a true item or a false item. And that's all this is saying.
Further questions? Yes, you have a follow-up to that?
Thank you. So, since peer review could and does validate or invalidate study design, how is that not a credible piece of what the results of that study are? I mean, if it didn't pass muster for peer review, then you don't trust the results of the study.
I think we're crossing on. So what I'm referring to is purely an epistemological issue. So how do we verify a truth claim? And the fact is, something is either true or it's not, depending on, and that doesn't matter what people say about it. So in that regard, peer review, the fact that certain people think it's true or false, doesn't actually affect whether or not it is actually true or false. But they are useful because they have expertise in this area for helping to guide us in our decision making.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking this question. Can you maybe illustrate for us what the local school districts and department making publicly available the scientific studies they relied on would look like?
Sure, I'd love to kind of open-ended so they could pursue different ways of doing this. It could be a matter of they have it available and upon request they will provide it, such as something like under a 91A would be. Or they could choose to publish this kind of stuff to a website and say, hey, this is the methodology we're using, and this is the 2 or more studies that demonstrate the efficacy of this technique.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Tanner? Okay.
Thank you. I actually have 2 questions, but they're kind of related. One is whether this is based on legislation in other states and part of a national legislation, and which standardized tests were you referring to when you said people do better in scientific with your methodology rather than what's currently being offered?
So the first one, I referred to nothing when I created this. This was from scratch.
From scratch?
From scratch. On the second question, could you rephrase it? Because I'm not sure I probably understood.
So you referenced in the beginning that you have found that in standardized tests, students that are exposed to this do better than the common practice. And I'm thinking, we don't do this, and so it isn't our standardized tests in New Hampshire. So which standardized tests are you looking at?
Thank you. So I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding on that. That's probably my fault. I didn't speak it appropriately. So I was simply providing two hypothetical examples to demonstrate two different types of data. One type of data is objective data, an improvement in standardized test scores that can be documented. The other type is subjective data based on a true or false. I feel like students are more capable. As of right now, the term evidence-based would treat those two data sets identically with equal weight. It's my contention that that second data set, based in subjectivity, should not be given the weight of an objective data set, such as a demonstrated increase in test scores. So it's hypothetical. I'm not referring to anything real that is actually happening. It's just to demonstrate the difference between those two types of data.
Follow up.
Just to make sure I'm clear on this, because when you started out, your introduction said that students do better on standardized tests when they're exposed to this evidence-based Science in Education Act rather than what they do presently. And I'm just asking, what standardized tests did you base that on and where did it come from?
Thank you. Just to clarify, I did not in fact say that. What I said was imagine the two following questions that generate data. I did not claim that this was based on any program. They were purely hypotheticals.
Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask you a question about verifiable through history or things like that. I realize that we're talking about post hoc ergo propter hoc, which is commonly argued this happened, but therefore that happened. And it's proven to be pretty well false. It didn't necessarily cause. And so when you get down to arguing causality, i.e. truth, or some version of truth, what do you run into when you're, as in the argument you talked about, the cause of the Civil War that was recently? And can you make that case based on the subject of slavery did not appear in the public argument? Here's the document of the arguments.
Sure.
Because until Abraham Lincoln introduced it at a certain point to sway the argument, as he admitted.
Sure. So first, let me be very clear that this bill does not touch curriculum. It only touches pedagogical methods. So it would not be evaluating or looking at things like the cause of the Civil War or other items that would be covered within curriculum. It would only be looking at like, well, what's the most effective method to teach kids to read or to do math? And is this method, can we demonstrate, here's a truth claim. The truth claim is this method of teaching math is an improvement over our current setup. So we evaluate that truth claim based on, okay, let's put it to a study. Let's try this method and let's take some objective measurements from it. Let's look at test scores. Let's look at other performance metrics and say, okay, can we demonstrate that this truth claim is false? If we can't demonstrate it's false, and the more often we test it and can't demonstrate that it's false, the more likely it is to be true. So we would institute that method based on these well-designed scientific studies to improve things like math education and reading education, but it has nothing to do with curriculum or what students are being taught.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering, I mean, I don't dispute that evidence-based methods should be applied, must be applied. I'm wondering if you have a specific example as to where or what was implemented that was not evidence-based. And I'll tell you what the reality is in the public school setting. As a principal for over 20 years, I had a lot of responsibility on purchasing materials, changing methods, strategies, techniques based on evidence. I mean, that is a must. I mean, I agree with you that. And in particular, because we're spending the taxpayers' money, that better be all out on the table. But sometimes we have vetted programs or methods for well over a year before we've actually jumped and incorporated. So just wanted you to know the reality is that sometimes it takes 1, 2, 3 years to change a method or a technique.
Sure.
Because you're vetting that evidence. So I'm questioning, do you have a specific example that I can understand why there's a need for this? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll deal with that backwards and forward. So to start, the issue is being able to properly evaluate that evidence and what the evidence means and where it's coming from. And that is why, in my opinion, it's so important to differentiate data sets between subjective and objective measures. Because I do know, and I've seen some of the surveys that are currently being done in schools as far as asking teachers to evaluate like how this program is working in terms, and they will ask questions like, do you think this program is working better than your previous program? And they will rely to a significant degree, they will put a significant amount of weight on those kind of responses in comparison to things like, well, is this reflected in objective standards such as test scores, graduation rates, and any other objective metric that can be pulled out of this in order to evaluate it? So I think there is a real problem that is happening currently where there is too much subjective data being collected and being utilized in determining how efficacious these various methods are. And when it comes to specifics, all I think we have to do is look at the history of teaching math or teaching reading. That we have, in fact, jumped into certain areas where we thought things were going to be good, and then later those truth claims were falsified. And we found out, actually, that's not so good. Maybe it's not ideal. So what this does, and I can't say it's going to fix everything all the time. Nothing's going to be perfect. But what it would do is by making sure we utilize objective measures instead of subjective, we are aiming toward the direction of reality itself instead of what people's perceptions might be. And I think that eliminates a lot of potential for bias and a lot of potential for other issues that happen.
Yes.
So you're referring to surveys in terms of like school climate's just an example of one?
I'm not from.
So if students completed a survey about school climate, and it meant that, okay, let's do something about wherever the deficit is, that if it's not evidence-based, that you can't make that change?
I'm not exactly sure how you would define school climate, because this is really just referring to pedagogical methods. So it's not
In academics.
in academics. So it's not looking at like, well, how do I feel about this thing? I mean, you can collect that kind of data. It just can't be used to back up a pedagogical method.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. First, don't teachers routinely, on a day-to-day basis, change instructional methods depending on the situation, depending on the student, and those aren't necessarily evidence-based. They're based on student need. So I'm not sure how a teacher would specify what they're doing is evidence-based.
Thank you. And they would not have to, because it is explicitly written into this legislation that it does not apply at the level of the individual teacher or individual classroom. It is only for those school boards and DOE and others who are adopting more broad brush these pedagogical methods.
Yes.
Several years ago, the state switched kindergarten instruction from a more academic-based model to a play-based instruction. And I know there was great debate about that for several years. And many people brought forward evidence about test scores, once they reached a greater grade levels with the academic instruction focus on kindergarten. But others brought forward studies about play-based instruction and outcomes. Mm-hmm. So I go back to the question, whose evidence do you rely on when there are conflicting studies?
That's an excellent question. And this bill is not designed to arbitrate between what evidence-based methods are utilized. It is just to limit the overall scope of what we're looking at to objective measures instead of subjective ones. So we know that when we are deciding what evidence-based measures to implement and utilize, that at least we're looking at objective measures and things that are connected to reality and have been studied, as opposed to things that are collecting surveys on how do you feel about this, how this works.
Well, we're getting really, perhaps name one more question, we're going to call it quits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking another question. I would like to hear why the bill only addresses this approach in public education and not everywhere that our tax dollars support education.
That was purely a matter of where it seems to me we have the most obvious jurisdiction in regulating, and I didn't want to overstep with this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to call quits on the
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
questions at this point. And I'd like to go on with the other people that have submitted pink cards here. Like to invite Emma Savigny.
Good morning, Representative Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that solves problems through policy change. We are here in opposition to House Bill 1287, just out of fear of some unintended consequences to the bill, I think. While we understand the commendable intent behind the bill, I think there are some practices that are in schools already under the phrase evidence-based practice that could be exempted then from this definition that's being put forth. And furthermore, removing the phrase peer studied or removing the regard to peer studied can reduce the legitimacy of studies, so to speak. Peer reviewed is an important piece of having a well-designed study, and it makes a study what it is. It makes a study replicable or reliable. So there's been a lot of question up at the higher level. The unintended consequences we're foreseeing are in regard to social emotional learning and with the multi-tiered system of support, or MTSSB. These are frameworks that schools and school districts implement through evidence-based practices. So for social emotional learning, so to speak, that's a framework, and the school will implement an evidence-based practice to implement social emotional learning. So as we were all here last week for the bill on social emotional learning, the school districts will implement classes or some type of learning for students to have that social emotional learning component to their education. This evidence-based is defined in many places, but it is pertaining to or derived from informed by objective science, most commonly educational research or the metrics of schools, teachers, that sort of thing. So it is already defined in data. And in fact, there is a federal statute, the Every Student Succeeds Act, that defines evidence-based as requiring studies. And it has a separate definition and explains how schools can select their evidence-based practices already from various levels or tiers of evidence-based practices that are defined by different studies and study types. That definition differs slightly from the definition included in this bill in a way that I think could exclude some of the evidence-based practices that are already successfully being implemented in schools and that we're seeing are working well. Right now, our students are suffering from mental health consequences. They, based on the YRBS, are having high rates of depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and behaviors. Right now, it would be really detrimental to our students to change or add a definition unnecessarily that could take away those practices that are already being implemented and implemented with success. So for those reasons, New Futures is opposed to this bill. I'm happy to take questions. I know that this is kind of a bill that touches more than just social emotional learning, so I'm happy to take questions as they pertain to
Thank you
my
very
kind
much.
of area.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard you say that social emotional learning was evidence-based.
So the framework is like a theory, so to speak, and then the evidence-based is the method it's delivered to students. So there can be various practices, so to speak, that are evidence-based that are delivered to schools, and that's how schools do it and do it successfully.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you. Just to kind of follow up on that, sounds to me that's more like the curriculum part, which he said wasn't affected by the evidence-based.
So that's where it gets a little confusing with this bill as well, and why it's a little, I think, an unintended consequence that we're just concerned about. So the curriculum piece, yes, there are schools that have set curriculum for SEL. That's exempted by this bill, but there are other pieces of SEL that are just embedded in our day-to-day schools and the way that people administer education. I'm not an educator, but from my understanding, SEL is delivered through, encouraging students to work together on the playground and not be bullies or something like that. So that type of non-curriculum learning is also happening, and I believe would be looped in on this definition.
Yes.
Okay, and I think that kind of lends to Representative Cordelli's question about whether teachers can change their method of dealing with particular students. So it seems to me like that falls under that category more than pedagogy.
Absolutely. So yes, that was not a great example of exactly. Let me back up. So yes, teachers are exempted, as you mentioned, but school districts are implementing SEL on a district-wide level. And so that district-wide level is what would not be exempted by this bill, and that's where our concern is.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a card from Elizabeth Scruton, New Hampshire Children's Trust.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Liz Scruton. I work at New Hampshire Children's Trust, who is the New Hampshire lead agency on the prevention of child abuse and neglect. And today I'm adding my voice in opposition to the proposed science in education bill, particularly that definition of the evidence base that everybody has been referring to. Echoing what Emma said, while the intention of this bill is really commendable in seeking to ensure the quality pedagogical methods, the implementation as outlined is a little flawed and potentially harmful to the very students it aims to serve. As we consider the implications of this bill, it's essential to recognize the foundational importance of the social emotional competence in children. The strengthening of families approach, which is implemented in some schools, is one of those peer-reviewed processes where it does have the research behind it, but is not considered evidence-based. But esteemed institutions such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, Annie Casey Foundation, Center of Child for Harvard University all underscore that. We know that research is highlighting that promoting social and emotional competence in a child's developmental years also makes measurable impact on families by fostering these relationships, by giving the more personalized approach to social emotional learning. We see that family stressors also come off of this because we know that social emotional competence can play such a role in a child's behaviors in and out of school. So by narrowly defining this evidence-based practice, this bill really undermines the creation of supporting learning environments, which are named in the CDC's Essentials for Childhood as a strategy of decreasing the risk of child abuse and neglect. So in conclusion, while promoting evidence-based practices is commendable, this act fails to consider that holistic nature of child development.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no further cards on this bill, so I will close the hearing for 1287. If anybody has written testimony, could you please submit that so we can put it into the record, please? If you have written testimony, you're welcome. Okay, the next bill for this morning is 1453. Relative to degree granting authority of certain institutions of higher education. 1453. Representative Luno, welcome.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and I will have a card for you.
Good. I was going to ask that question.
My testimony. So, for the record, my name's Dave Luno. representing the people of Hot and Bow and folks all across the state. So I'm here to introduce House Bill 1453. And I'll get ahead of any questions. I wrote this bill all on my own. It's not based on any national framework or prescription. So, basically in the nutshell, 1453 establishes a minimum standard for the state's Higher Education Commission, which is part of our Department of Education, a minimum standard for approving institutions of higher education for degree granting authority, and occasionally this committee will hear from new institutions of higher education that are interested in operating inside the state of New Hampshire and conferring degrees upon its graduates. And that's something that is subject to both our approval as a legislature and subject to the Higher Education Commission's recommendation for approval. So again, this bill is establishing just a minimum deck for what that entails. So let me just sort of run through what that means. And how the bill accomplishes that. Unfortunately, the provision in law in RSA 292:8H is not contained in our law books, and I suspect it may be because what has not been amended in the last year. But it's a pretty straightforward section of law, and I'll just sort of give you a little context of it right now. The section applies to all education institutions within the state granting degrees or seeking to do so, except the following. A, any institution now granting degrees which has been in continuous operation since before 1773. We know what that is. Yeah, that's one. And the second one is institutions of the university system of New Hampshire and institutions of the community college system of New Hampshire. So basically, the section of law applies to any other private organization that's seeking to become operated as an institute of higher ed in the state of New Hampshire and confer degrees. No educational institution shall grant degrees unless approved by the Higher Education Commission and authorized by name to do so by an act of the legislature. So that's what I was just talking about. There's two parts of the process: recommendation by the Department of Ed's Higher Education Commission and action upon the legislature. And what the bill before you does is it adds a paragraph to what I just read that says any institution approved by the Higher Education Commission under paragraph 2, what I just read, shall be a nonprofit organization exempt from income tax under 501c3 IRS statute. So that's the first part. Number 2, complies with all provisions of the Institutional Eligibility Standards of the Higher Education Act of 1965. Those are civil rights protections that were put in place at the federal level, and in particular contain things like Title IV, which is federally backed student loans, and Title IX, which is fairness. And then the third piece is complies with all applicable state and federal anti-discrimination laws. So this language here was run by both the community college and the university system. Chad Pimentel, who's the counsel for the university system in New Hampshire, suggested that we put all applicable state and federal anti-discrimination laws in there, using all applicable in there. So which we have done. So this has been reviewed. So these three things: standards are important. Standards are important to the state of New Hampshire. We listen to standards. We look at standards all the time. Representative Belcher was just here talking about some standards when it comes to evidence-based practices. Standards are important. Civil rights are important. Currently, it's not something that's required by the Higher Education Commission or by the legislature when recommending the approval of an institute of higher education for degree granting authority in the state. Civil rights are important, and anti-discrimination is important. We hear that from all of us. We hear that it's not a partisan issue, but it's not something that's currently contained in the statute. So these are the three things this bill puts in. Making sure that we're a 501c3 nonprofit, make sure that we comply with the Federal Higher Education Act, and number three, that all applicable federal and state anti-discrimination laws are followed, all before the Higher Education Commission can recommend a new college to do business with the state and have degree granting authority. And there's also some rationale behind these three. Not that we need it beyond what are clearly priorities that we all share in the state, but based on common trends that we've seen in other states that do have for-profit colleges and of course the very, very few colleges and universities that do not follow the Federal Higher Education Act for civil rights protections. But common trends that we see in other states that do have these colleges operating in their states: high cost and debt burden with students. Particularly a heavy reliance on student loans when attending for-profit colleges. Low graduation rates compared to public and for-profit institutions. So low graduation rates aren't things that are good for our students. It's not something that's good for our economy. It's not something that's good for our workforce or degree attainment. So looking out to avoid that pitfall. Quality concerns, lack of accreditation. And we've seen other states have seen that the accreditation standards for some colleges, particularly for-profit colleges, may be lacking, or that these colleges, because they have for-profit motivations, limit resources for students. So not good things, particularly in light of a lot of the testimony we've been hearing on other bills. And then I guess finally, aggressive marketing tactics that some institutes of higher education are employing, and having sort of deceptive marketing schemes that make prospective students feel that they're going to be able to get a job quick, get rich quick, something like that, without really having to put the time into it. So I'm sure there's exceptions to every rule, but these are the trends that we're seeing. These are the sort of the standards that I think are important to all of us, and all 1453 seeks to do is set some sort of quality deck for the higher education to work from when recommending institutes of higher education have degree granting authority within the state. With that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question just for clarification here. When I'm looking at the bill analysis on the front page, it's saying the Higher Education Commission will be granting authority, actually they approve, to be organized as nonprofit organizations. And as I see nonprofit organizations, rather than profit going out to investors on the other side of the coin, the profit or the balance sheet, if there is any revenue that's in beyond their operating needs, it plows back into the organization, the university. How is this going to impact a for-profit such as SNU?
Well, for-profit, SNU is not a for-profit.
Well,
it's a non-profit. I don't believe
that's not what they're saying on the web.
I don't believe we have any for-profit institutes of higher education in New Hampshire. I mean, for-profit, there are some, nationally out there. I don't believe, I don't know if somebody can look it up quickly on this. I don't believe Southern New Hampshire University is a for-profit school. It's a private nonprofit.
I thought.
No, but
No.
Yeah, but
That's why I say clarification.
yeah,
I
we
need clarification.
yeah. No, I could be wrong on that, but my understanding is that New Hampshire does not have any higher education institutions with degree granting authority that are for-profit institutions.
Okay. Further questions, Representative Damon?
And clearly this isn't up to date because it says Daniel Webster and Hester and they operated.
Right.
So I don't think we have any.
Correct.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Luno, for bringing this forward. I think in the 12 years I've been on this committee, we may have had maybe 3 or 4 issues come before this committee. So could you, for the edification of the committee, could you outline exactly the role that the Higher Education Commission plays in receiving applications, and what's the process of it to ultimately come before the legislature?
So thank you very much for the question. It's been a little bit of time since I think we've had the Higher Education Commission here. This committee actually did approve an organization down in Nashua, a private nonprofit aviation management. I believe it was an aviation management company, and the Higher Education Commission does look at the ability for that organization to serve its students, meet the students' needs, sustainability, accreditation. I'm sure there are several other factors involved in that. There are several people that are on the Higher Education Commission who we've all seen in this committee, whether they're testifying on those bills for higher education, or they may be testifying on other bills. But these people have a lot of experience. They've been, former chancellors of community college system, former college presidents within the university system and the community college system. So I think the Higher Education Commission does have good internal standards that they look for, but as far as I can tell, based on the law set forth in 292H, which provides the bare bones criteria for approval of degree granting authority, the legislature does not set a statutory floor for this. And adding these 3 areas, being a nonprofit, complying with the Higher Education Act, and complying with federal and state applicable federal and state anti-discrimination laws, would be a reasonable hard deck for the legislature to set.
Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Just in your response to SNU, it says SNU is a nonprofit 501c3 institution, and according to the National Center for Educational Statistics, students who pursue their bachelor's degree at private nonprofit institutions experience much higher graduation rates than their counterparts at for-profit schools. So,
The concern that I did have on that is the analysis says to be organized as a nonprofit organization. The analysis doesn't mention any of the 501c3 at all. The analysis is oftentimes seen as an intent, and the intent here would be nonprofit organization.
Well, but the bill does require it to
I get it. The title, though, I'm speaking to the analysis on the bill.
I think it's consistent.
Yeah. I'm not going to.
Oh, no. That's
Representative Woodcock.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chairman.
Yep.
Good morning, Representative Luno. Good to see you. Question: if I was skilled as a welder and I wanted to create a welding school, vocational welding school, for profit, and have some of the other academic pieces that go with it to meet a 2-year associate's degree in mechanical welding, et cetera, and sculpture, and whatever it happens to be. would I be unable to apply for, I'm missing that link.
Sure, sure. So you thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. I think you've conflated a couple of things here, though. I mean, there are a lot of for-profit occupational educational institutions. They're not institutes of higher education with degree granting authority, associates, bachelor's, master's, doctorates, CAGs, stuff like that. But they do provide, I think you use the term vocational occupational skills that have value in the marketplace, but they're not necessarily associate's degrees or bachelor's degrees or degree granting authority. And we've obviously had bills in here that talk about the number of these companies, whether they're helping people receive ability to be, take a job as a phlebotomist or as a commercial driver and things like that. These are not businesses that come before the Higher Education Commission or the legislature for degree granting authority, and whether it's a business that certifies people to do business as a barber or hairstylist or whatever these occupations that require professional licensure in New Hampshire. This doesn't. My understanding is that this does not get in the way of any of that, and I wouldn't want. I don't think any of us would want it to.
Thank you, Chairman.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Having served on several of those kinds of decision groups that you're talking about, I don't ever recall that the issue of profitability of the enterprise was a concern in the discussion. It was always and almost totally focused on how the integrity of the enterprise was maintained. And I just wonder if you're somehow in questioning that it has to be nonprofit, asking a question or wondering whether it can be a program of integrity if it makes a profit. And I'm not sure I fully make the connection you seem to be making.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the question, Representative Ford. And I've spent a lot of time in businesses. I've founded a business. It was not a nonprofit business. It was a for-profit business, and there is a difference between the for-profit world and the nonprofit world. I think when Representative Tanner was reading from the Southern New Hampshire, the SNHU website, where it talked about how some of those differences manifest when it comes to, and I don't want to use the word integrity, but I want to do doing the best for its students as opposed to doing the best for its shareholders, and I think in higher education, it's imperative that our colleges and universities that have degree granting authority that come before the Department of Education for Higher Education Commission approval and come before this esteemed body that they put the interests of students first, and the only way you can be assured of that is by it being a nonprofit organization, and even then, I suppose that could be a challenge, but the national trends that have been seen with for-profit colleges and universities are like what Representative Tanner read from the Southern New Hampshire University website, that the delivery of services or necessary services for students can be under-resourced, resources for students can be more scarce, and I think New Hampshire is a small state, and I think New Hampshire is very well served by its by the nonprofit colleges and universities that we have, and especially well served by our public colleges and universities across the state. And I'd like to see New Hampshire establish that hard deck for minimum qualifications to so that we continue to see that in the future.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to Representative Ford's question, isn't it true that one of the key things that the Higher Education Commission looks at when they're looking at a new institution is a surety bond to make sure that the fiscal nature of that institution is viable, so that should they happen to go out of business, that the students do not suffer as a result of that, and that surety bond basically provides an opportunity for students to be reimbursed if in fact that institution does cease to exist. Isn't that true?
So thanks. I think that is one of the things that the Higher Education Commission looks at, but I'm certain that is one of the things that we do have in statute for these vocational occupational training centers to make sure that that they have a surety bond in place. So we do have some student protections in place for vocational, occupational, professional licensing training organizations, but we don't have the floor in place when it comes to institutes of higher ed that have degree granting authority.
Further questions, Representative Lex?
In order for a business, a for-profit business to stay in business, they have to make their customers happy. Otherwise, their customers wouldn't use them. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering why you're suggesting that a for-profit degree granting institute wouldn't also have to do that.
So thanks. I'm not suggesting that a for-profit business can operate without customers. It certainly can't. And to have customers, clearly they've got to be there's got to be something about the product that's being delivered that's important for the customers. But I'm just going to leave it alone on that, because I think in the for-profit world, you see a lot of things. There's certainly some for-profit companies that are in the news right now that are very important for-profit companies that are being criticized, maybe for putting profits above safety, and again, the for-profit world and the nonprofit world are very different, and from at least the information that I've been able to see, and I think the information that folks around on the committee have been able to see, New Hampshire's colleges and universities are nonprofit, and just looking to make sure that we're providing that sort of emphasis on student focus and students first going forward.
When you were looking and designing this bill, did you ask the question of either the university system or the community college system, if they're accepting coursework, skill work that a student's transferring or wanting to bring in from a nonprofit or for a for-profit organization, whether they're getting credit for this from the university system?
I did not ask that question, but it's a very good question.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Lekas?
Moving on to another of the three parts, I'm wondering which accreditation standards do for-profit institutions not have that nonprofit institutions do have? I'm wondering why you put that in there.
Why I put nonprofit in there?
No, why you put, you made a comment about standards and accreditation standards earlier, and I'm wondering, are there accreditation standards that for-profit universities don't get that nonprofit ones
Yeah,
do?
there may be. I don't have an easy answer to that. I mean, obviously, NETCHI, I think, is a common accreditation that colleges and universities have in the New England area. I don't know if there are for-profit organizations that have accreditation from NETCHI, or whether they can or can't get those accreditations. But I'm sure there are accreditation authorities for-profit institutions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any further hands. Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you very much.
Yep. I do not have any other cards for 1453, so I'm closing this hearing. And we'll take about 5 minutes here for a short break before we go into the other two bills we have before lunch here.
I need a pink card.
Okay, good. So we're going to go ahead here. 1512. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead here with HB 1512, limiting education freedom account funding to budgeted amounts. And I welcome Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Mel Myler, representative of Merrimack 9, Hopkinton, and the town of Bow. In concept, Mr. Chair, this is a very simple bill. Every 2 years, the state creates a budget. And in that budget, it allocates how much money should go to each program. And this program basically, this bill basically says that the education freedom accounts funding should be held to whatever the budgeted amount is that the budget committee and the budget process establishes. I have handed out to you information that was received by the LBA from OLS, and you can see in the 3 years of the EFAs what the budget amount was and what the expended amount was. And you can see that in each of the years it has gone over what the budget amount has been. And this bill would basically limit the amount of EFA grants to parents to that budgeted amount. That's basically what the bill is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Representative Myler? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Milo, thank you. Question, what happens in actuality when a line item like this goes over $3, $4, $8 million over the budget account? What happens?
I have no idea.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Representative Cordelli, did you have a question? I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. If the budget amount is reached, what happens with the subsequent students who might be applying and who qualify for an account?
It would seem, I don't know the answer to that one, Representative Cordelli, but it would seem to me that once the budget has been reached, that there could be a warrant that could be issued to the fiscal committee to expend that if they wanted to do that. But right now, that's not available.
Thank you. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Do you have any information on what happens or how often other line item large programs, sorry, I'm not asking this a very organized way, trying to get information on whether there's other programs that overspend the budget and what happens with that?
I don't know that specifically, but I do know that there's the fiscal committee is responsible for basically administering the budget in between the two. Once the budget is adopted, then they're responsible for its implementation.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lekis?
If a number of school-aged children move into the state of New Hampshire, and that would then increase the spending for the state amount of the adequacy aid, what happens then? Now.
But all that comes out of the trust fund.
So why would it be different for EFA students coming in as opposed to other students?
Because annually there's it lags a year behind. Annually, there's a note that the Department of Education comes up with what the amount is, and this, as we know, this year it's like 4150, and it's allocated based upon what those are, and if the budget goes, typically in the past when the trust fund needs more money, it comes out of the general fund, and there's a process to get that. Right now, there's no process here. There's no oversight here, at least to my understanding, on how that money, once you reach that budget amount, what happens to, in this case, for example, in 2023, the 14.7 versus the 3.3 million. I have no idea what the process is for that 14,000 to ultimately have been allocated. My point is that once it's established, that it should follow the same process that any other program would be, with some oversight as relates to what the allocations would be for a particular fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Aren't there some funds like the special ed or catastrophic aid fund that has a budget, and then when schools submit their bills for that, if the funding goes over the budgeted amount, it's decreased on a prorated basis to each school, so that, like in New Hampshire right now, I believe schools only get about 51% reimbursement for their special ed costs?
That's my understanding, yes.
Just to correct that, of the budgeted money for the catastrophic aid, it's been prorated to 89% of that state obligation. I'm not talking about the whole special education gamut of costs. I'm talking about what has been appropriated for that particular aspect, that grant area. And it's prorated down to 89%. Some years it's been 100%. Other years I can remember was 69%. You're welcome.
If I might add to that, one of the concerns I do have is a kind of a cavalier attitude about this program. When we dealt with this issue last Thursday, and we passed the 500% of poverty level, I was somewhat shocked when it was waived. Any fiscal application of what that would cost is just waived. Said let the Senate do that. I don't believe that's the way we should be doing business here.
Further questions, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking another question. I would like to hear help me understand, please. The fiscal note does not seem to me to correspond to the language of the bill, in that the bill, line 12 into 13, specifically says not exceed $19,800,000 for fiscal year 2024, and then talks about subsequent fiscal years. And in the fiscal note, they've somehow concluded that you could interpret the bill to double that amount of dollars.
Well, I think
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if I may, I'm not a budget expert by any means, but my sense is that that's what was budgeted for each of the fiscal years. That's where if you look down at towards the bottom of the fiscal note where it has the 39,651, that's a combination of what was budgeted in one year and what was budgeted in the second year. That's how
Those dollars are budgeted for the biennium,
yeah, for the biennium.
not each year, for the
But
biennium.
if I understand
So you have
what
30
you
plus
are saying,
million.
But that's not what it says. It says in each fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 2025. It doesn't seem like that's what the bill says, but
If you read that, no, it says it could be interpreted.
yes.
And so it's language which is not really clear. Further questions of Representative Myler? Thank you very much. David Trumble? Good morning. There you go.
Start over. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I support this bill from Representative Myler for a couple of reasons, and a lot of this will be similar to what we talked about under the other bill this morning about the annual eligibility. First, the EFA program is a discretionary program, and I made this point earlier, but I do want to stress it again. There's no constitutional mandate that EFAs exist, like there is a constitutional mandate that we must fund our public schools. That's directly from our Constitution and from the Claremont case. So secondly, I would say that means that this program should be treated like every other discretionary program in the state budget. If you have a constitutional mandate to spend on something, then maybe you have a blank check because you have to spend on it. You have no choice. We don't have to spend on EFAs, therefore it should be treated like other discretionary programs. For instance, Invest New Hampshire, an affordable housing program. They will finance a fixed number of units. They're spending tens of millions of dollars. We know we need way more than their funding for that program, but they've picked an amount that they're going to spend. The University System of New Hampshire gets a certain amount. They got a certain amount to fix Spalding Hall, but the universities are constantly saying they need more money. but we don't give it to them. We give them a certain amount. They have to stay within that budget. The Division of Developmental Services gets a certain amount of money, and the state has been party to numerous lawsuits about waiting lists, but they get a certain amount of money that they can spend. School building aid has, I was listening to a hearing last week on that, they have a competitive system for applications. They don't grant and pay immediately everyone. They have to go through a process. So I think the EFA should be treated like every other discretionary program and get a certain amount of money. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the net cost of public schools. This question came up from Representative Lekis earlier this morning, but I'd like to just walk through it again. There have been claims that the EFA program saves schools money, saves towns money, saves public schools money, but it doesn't really save money. It's a theoretical savings that, sure, it costs an average of $20,000 to educate each student, but if you take 2 students out of every public school and they go over to a private school through the EFA program, that school doesn't save money. And again, I'll just walk through some of the statistics from earlier. In the Conval decision, teachers are 66% of the budget. Losing 2 students in a middle school in your big town is not going to lead to any teachers being fired. The other professionals, guidance, library, custodians, principals, 14%. You're not going to fire a custodian if 2 children leave your public school and join an EFA. The facilities are 15%. You still have to fix the roof, you still have to heat and put the lights on. And the only difference is the instructional material and technology, that's 4% or $400. So the EFA program does not, in the real world, save money. And if people want to make that claim, I would just say, present some data to the public. You now have several years of this program. Let the institutions who do nonprofit research, whether it's the Center for Budget Policy, Mr. Klein's group, or it's Reaching Higher New Hampshire, the New Hampshire School Funding Project, give them some data that you've tracked 10 schools, the impact of EFAs on them, and show whether or not there is an actual savings. Or better yet, bring in 6 superintendents. It's budget season, they have their data, ask them the simple question. Your school, we know, lost 2 students through EFAs. What was the impact on your budget? And I bet you they'll tell you none. If anything, negative, because they lose some of that adequacy money. So I think there needs to be an understanding that this program and the public school funding programs interact with each other at a fundamental financial level. If you take more money and put it into this program, it's not available for the public schools, and the Conval decisions coming down the highway, you're going to need to come up with $500 million more money. This certainly means that we should not be spending with unlimited funds on a program, giving it a blank check, unless you can. And lastly, the question was, how would it be implemented? I thought Representative Myler was correct. Send it back to the Finance Committee and have another debate. Do we want to spend more money? Or you could do a declining benefit system. Public housing works that way. As your income rises and you get closer to the eligibility cutoff point, your benefit drops. So maybe if you say, well, we only have 19 million, what we'll do is adopt a declining benefit model so that if you're at the poverty level, you get the $5,000. As you go further up in income towards that 500% mark, you get a declining benefit. That would be one way to allow every child who's in the program to stay in the program, and families would know where they stand, that as they earn more money, they have to pay a little bit more themselves and get a little less from the state. There's certainly ways it could be done. But the basic point I wanted to make was, if it's constitutionally required, you have to pay it. If it's not constitutionally required, there's no reason to put a blank check. It should be treated like every other discretionary program, like housing programs, developmental services, and the university system. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Trumble? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I have no other pink cards on this bill, so we are closed 15-12. And get ready to go into HB 1108, relative to establishing a committee to study the role of colleges and universities in contributing to the student loan crisis.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Belcher.
For the record, Representative Belcher, Carroll District 4 out of Wakefield. So this bill seeks to establish a committee to look at the student loan crisis. And I don't think any argument can be made against the fact that we do in fact have a student loan crisis in this country. This problem is substantially responsible for the number of young Americans who are having difficulty purchasing homes, starting families, and moving on in their careers. As such, this problem not only affects the borrowers, this problem affects American culture generally. We must take up this issue with the seriousness that it deserves. We must look for solutions, and we must look to see what can be done to curtail the issue going forward. There are very many arguments from very many different people identifying possible causal factors and attributing responsibility for the crisis. I can't address all those right now, but what I can say unequivocally is one party can be ruled out entirely as having any responsibility for this situation, and that is the taxpayer. It's not the taxpayer's fault that students signed on and borrowed large sums of money, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not the taxpayer's fault that government took over and began backing student loans, which appears to have immediately preceded the skyrocketing of costs and expansion of non-teaching positions. It's not the taxpayer's fault that colleges and universities lobbied the government to back student loans and proceeded to abrogate their responsibilities to the students by increasing costs dramatically and hiring more and more non-teaching personnel. As such, I don't think it makes a lot of sense that we look foremost to the taxpayer to solve this problem through either direct taxation or inflation, which robs their savings of its value indirectly. I think we should instead be looking at the government and at the colleges and universities themselves to determine what, if any, responsibility they hold for this crisis. Of course, I believe there is more than reasonable articulable suspicion to carry out an investigation into this matter and to make recommendations on any findings that can be come up with. If we're serious about tackling the student loan crisis, we need to investigate its origins and identify the responsible parties so that we can solve the problem without implicating parties that had no role in creating the problem in the first place. Thank you. I will take questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I'm just unclear as to how you expect 5 House members and 1 senator to come up with this information. I just did a quick search last night on the internet. There are plenty of studies out there. Student loan debt crisis from the Education Data Initiative, causes and solutions to the student debt crisis from the Annie Casey Foundation, America's student loan crisis from the Credit Abuse Resistance Education, student debt analysis, higher ed funding data from Pew Charitable Trust. And I could go on. I've got a whole page-long list here with just a few minutes search on the internet. Plenty of people are looking at this and identifying the problems. So what more can a group of 5 representatives and 1 senators bring to this issue?
Thank you. That's a very good question. There is a lot of data out there. There's a lot of private parties looking at this, putting forward good reports. But what they can't do is they can't issue legislative findings or potential legislation to try to address the problem. And I think that's where it falls to us as a body to be able to look at this and see, not just say, well, this party appears to have some responsibility, but is there legislation we can move forward to address the problem or at the very least to curtail it going forward?
Further questions of Representative Belcher? Not seeing any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on this bill? Not seeing any. So we will close the hearing for 1108. This takes us through the bills to be heard this morning. We will be meeting again at 1 o'clock today for the purpose of looking at subcommittee work on 1288, which is referencing due process rights for student organizations, faculty members facing disciplinary actions by state institutions of higher education, and 1305, which is the Freedom of Speech and Association bill, which we have dealt with. So that will be a work session starting at 1 o'clock. So with that, we are done the hearing process for today. So we'll close this down and we'll break for an early lunch. There will be a caucus in this room, Jen, so can we let the people upstairs know that we will be caucusing? Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. This is a subcommittee work session for two bills we have today, HB 1288, followed by HB 1305. We are going to take up first HB 1288. That is an early bill, which we have to act on that bill and out of here by the 15th. So we'll be executing this bill on the 14th. HB 1288 is relative to establishing certain due process rights for students, student organizations, and faculty members facing disciplinary actions by state institutions of higher learning. We've had a hearing on this previously, and today we're having a work session to address whether there be amendments to this or to get further answers on some of the questions. So we have the prime sponsor of the bill here, Representative Lynn. And how many people are here for this or both? Okay, so we have, so there's going to be a lot of activity here on both of these bills. What the university system just must have had a caucus in the hallway. Okay, so this meeting is streamed, and so I'd like to, Representative Lynn, could you give us a brief overview of the bill, and then we can go into questions and then some of the discussion in which we have for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, as I indicated during my testimony, basically this bill is designed to ensure that students, student organizations, and faculty members that are facing disciplinary action have their due process rights protected. And I think I kind of, just went into a fair amount of detail when I first testified. There were questions raised, and I know I worked with Representative Belcher about issues that were raised, and I know one of the significant issues that was raised by members of the community college system, and I think the university system, was that the way the bill had originally been drafted, I had also had it apply to something less than a suspension. For example, I think it said reprimand, or even something less than that. And I think there was a concern expressed about that. Maybe it goes too far. I think there was a Representative Luno, you may have raised the issue of, if a student is making too much noise in the dormitory, and they basically tell them to cut it out, or give them the student some very low level of discipline. Does that do we have to invoke all of the due process rights? And I still have some concern about that, but I very much believe in compromising, and this proposed amendment takes out it has to be at least a suspension, and so I certainly can live with that. I understand the concerns that are raised about not turning, a molehill into a mountain, so to speak, where there's very low levels of discipline. So I can kind of live with that. And so that's one of the big things that is proposed as a change in the amendment. And I'm happy to discuss. I'm happy to discuss the other changes that are.
It sounds like instead of a 30-foot tsunami, we're going to have a 1 foot, right?
Right.
Okay. Do we have we do have an amendment put forth here. Representative Belcher, you're also a sponsor along with Representative Lynn. Does everybody in the audience have copies of this amendment for 1288? Okay. Yep. Yes, 0332H. Okay, are there, Representative Belcher, you can come up to the table as well, seeing that you are also a sponsor on this. Are there any questions from the committee regarding the amendment? Is there anything, Representative Belcher, that you feel that needs to be explained about the amendment that has not been said to date?
Sure, if you don't, I will. Sure. So as Rep. Lynn indicated, we removed the reprimand part just because of the issues that could potentially create. We added an area surrounding the idea of criminal allegations or allegations that could be of a criminal nature, and we did that recognizing that our court system is in the business of justice. That's their primary goal and role, whereas in universities, it's more of a secondary function. So at the we added a definition, but also at the end, we added a clause that if there is a criminal proceeding brought against a student, then the university or college must hold off on their disciplinary proceedings until the professional justice is done. But they can still take disciplinary measures on a temporary basis until that point in time, under this sort of presumption that there was probable cause to do so.
There are questions on what was just stated. Who brings forth the need for a criminal proceeding? Who makes that allegation?
Well, I mean, if that would be that would be prosecutorial authorities, the county attorney or the attorney general. It would have to be a prosecutorial authority that would make the decision to prosecute. The one other thing that along the same line that I think is important to point out, you'll notice that in the amendment in paragraph Roman numeral 4, there's a provision that was added, and this was based on my discussions between Representative Belcher and myself, that says that if there's been an adjudication by the student disciplinary procedures, if there's been a determination, that is not admissible in the criminal proceeding. And the reason for that is under the rules of evidence, and I wish I forgot to bring them with me, but under the rules of evidence that apply in court, there are certain circumstances in which a determination by an administrative tribunal, or some kind of fact-finding tribunal, can in some cases be admitted. I think, if I recall correct, I wish I had the rule in front of me, but I think basically it can only be admitted against the government, or so against the state. In other words, there might be circumstances in which, let's say that there's a disciplinary proceeding in the school disciplinary proceeding, and the student was found not to have violated the code, or not to have violated the student code. Just as an example, there might be circumstances in which that finding would be admissible against the state in the criminal proceeding. There might be, I suppose there could also be circumstances in which even a finding that a victim had lied or something like that arguably could be admissible in a criminal proceeding. This is designed to say no, that will not happen. The criminal proceeding will, whatever the evidence might be, that certainly can be admitted, but the finding of the tribunal is not to be admitted in the criminal proceeding, and that seemed to me to make sense, and I think Representative Belcher agreed.
So, with this understanding, perhaps it'd be a good time, if we don't have questions right now, we will have questions, but that we should have some of those that are here to speak regarding this to come forward and present their perspective and where we are on this. Who'd like to be up first? Commissioner?
Glad to.
Love to have the Agriculture Department here.
Well, I am not here as Commissioner of Agriculture. And for the record, I am Sean Jasper, not appearing as Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, but appearing as chapter advisor to the Alpha Gamma Rho fraternity, which is the agricultural fraternity at UNH. to which I have been advisor for the past 36 years. In my role as commissioner, to just be transparent, I also serve as a university system member of the Board of Trustees. And I have had many of these conversations, the things that I'm going to share with you, with others over the years. And really, while there has been some progress made, the thing about that is so much of it is dependent on who is in the office. So things can ebb and flow, and I do think that there should be protections in legislation to protect the parties here. And I'm going to read you one paragraph from an email that I sent in on May 14th, 2022, which I think summarizes some of my concerns. And this was to the assistant or Greek advisor, or now called fraternity and sorority life advisor. And I said, yesterday my intent was to try to ensure that AGR was provided with due process, which includes my right to advise the president throughout the process. I also made a statement about my lack of trust in the system. I have been chapter advisor for 34 years, and during that time I have seen processes, procedures, and standards used that would never be allowed in our legal system. To me, it is not only wrong, but also very sad. In a university setting, everything that is taught by the university should be done according to the highest standards. I hope that you would agree. Students on both sides of the process should be learning about how an ethical judicial process works. Again, I hope you agree. Sadly, in the several judicial processes that I have been part of over the years, I've never come away with the feeling that either of those objectives have been met. Even when I offered to work with the university on those issues after our case was adjudicated, I was ultimately ignored. And so that's why this bill caught my eye. It had not spoken to the sponsors before I saw the hearing of this bill. And so things that have happened in the process have been such as, and this was a number of years ago, that the chapter was suspended. Our president was planning on meeting with at that time was the Greek advisor, went into that meeting, and there was the dean of students who handed him a letter of suspension. There had been no contact, no opportunity to respond to what had gone on. And in fact, as we got into the process and we had to spend some $8,000 to defend the fraternity, which ultimately it was not the fraternity that was really found responsible, but two individuals within the fraternity. It found out that a couple of those, I think there were three, who wanted to get out of the housing situation at the fraternity, went to the Greek advisor to see how they could get out. And what he was told is, I can only help you if you give me dirt on AGR. And then he became the complainant, called the police. Ultimately, there was nothing that the police found, but it was a really ugly process. I put unbelievable number of hours into that. So that was one case. That was a number of years ago. The more recent one, again, was just if you look at the rules, and IFC technically, Interfraternity Council is technically an independent governing body. In reality, it really isn't. We received a letter, and this was a simple matter which didn't go any place other than a loss of social privileges for a week and was settled informally. But it was, you look at this process and the chapter advisor is not allowed to participate. You know, you're putting these students into this situation where they're defending their organization, and they've probably never gone through this again. They're not only just facing a peer, but the Greek advisor as well. And it seems proper, as this bill points out, to allow that advisor to participate in the process. I'll give you another example, which isn't so much perhaps on point, but really shows what I've had to go through. So during the pandemic, the fraternity received notice from the university that HHS from the state wanted a list of the names of all of the men living in the chapter house. Well, that seemed very strange to me. So I went back and forth, and I've got the email chain here. I won't bore you with that. But ultimately, I just kept getting, well, the state wants it, the state wants it. They don't want their medical conditions, they just want to know who's living there. I said, well, to myself, well, that's very strange. The state doesn't go around asking who's living where. Now, I had known for years the university had been trying to get lists of who was living in the house. That's up to the individuals. We don't share their living situations with them. Ultimately, after being told, yes, this is what the state wants, I have that in writing, I contacted HHS. I contacted the person who had been dealing with the university and was told, no, we have not requested that information. We don't have a database to keep that information in. All we've said is if there is an outbreak of COVID among a significant number of people in a building, we want to know who's living there, which is reasonable. So hence I go back to, even as a trustee, there's a lack of trust, and there needs to be a better system, but particularly on the judicial side, there should be that due process that should exist. And no matter how I have tried to deal with it over the years, I have made little progress, perhaps some with the current administration. And again, I mean, I like the people who are all behind me from the university. I'm not blaming any of them, but it seems to be a system that sometimes controls itself and not the individuals controlling the system. And depending on who are in those particular roles, things can change very dramatically. And so that's why I do think this is very important. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. The Ag Fraternity, that's a separate corporation, right?
That is correct.
And are they living on campus or off campus?
All the fraternities are located off campus. And so therefore the controlled in terms of our housing arrangement, who has the police authority, that is Durham Police and not the campus police.
So if a complaint is made to Paul Dean, Chief of Police down to University System, New Hampshire, UNH, who responds? Is it the Durham Police Department that responds, and how's that work?
Yes, it is the Durham Police Department, so he would no doubt notify if there was a complaint that came through campus police. He would pass that on to the town police, and we have a very good relationship with both departments, and don't have any issues, and they haven't had any issues with us. This is more this internal thing where in some cases, frankly, there are people within the system looking for things. For instance, one of the things that I've been arguing about for years is the university considers a fraternity event anything, this is a short version, the whole language is here, anything where if you looked at a number of people and realized they were Greek, you could say, hey, that's a fraternity event, no matter if it was 5, 10, or whatever. And I've been trying to argue to say, you know, in our case, we have a chapter house that holds 24 members. If we have 48 members there, that's, you know, the residents and a guest each. The university only allows registration on Thursday, 2 nights. You can register Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, but it can't be a Friday and Saturday together. But if they are aware of any number of people together in the fraternity house, they haven't bothered as if it's just the guys hanging out. But if they have any guests over, then that's an unregistered social event, and we're subject to disciplinary action. And I've said, we have the right to do that. We're well under what is considered a need for a occupancy permit from the fire department. And our corporation has told the guys, look, as long as you stay under 50, we're fine with that. We expect that you're going to have friends over, and you may all have friends over, but that's not supported by the university rules. And then people will post pictures on social media. People have trolled for that. We actually had a situation last year where, yep, they had a party, just some of the guys and their girlfriends at the end of the semester, but it was after a period when socials were allowed. I didn't consider that to be a social. There were probably less than 20 people participating, and yet somebody's trolling, somebody's reporting, and then without knowing who that person is. And these people don't have to come as witnesses. They don't have to tell us how they got the pictures or whatever. You just make a complaint, and then the disciplinary action starts, and we never find out, what's going on in terms
So
of
where's due
complaint.
process come in?
Well, there is no due process in that part of it. And that's where I feel that, as the amendment to the bill, perhaps the bill itself talks about, cross-examining witnesses and talking to people. I think we have the right to know in due process who is making the allegation and talking to them about that. I've always felt very strongly about that. You should not just be going out there making allegations, and often because there's no other complaint, it's really the university itself making the complaint, but we have no ability to cross-examine or talk to the originator of the complaint.
Thank you. Are there any questions from yes, Representative Luna?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for joining us as in your capacity as fraternity advisor. So I've got a little bit of experience being in Greek life in another institution, and as I recall, when there was maybe disciplinary action being considered before things went to the dean's office, the Interfraternity Council would get involved, and the IFC, I believe, was an organization on campus with members from each of the fraternities on campus that would review complaints. And I was wondering, does that type of due process exist at UNH?
It does on the minor offenses, but as I've said, it's really intertwined because it's really that process and what goes on really is controlled to a large degree by the fraternity and sorority life advisor. I mean, it is very hard to totally separate the two of them, which I think they should be, but the way it practically works, it doesn't. The letter that we received, again, I have it here, about the minor infraction, which we dealt with through an informal process, which worked well. Frankly, I didn't want to go that route because I felt so strongly that having 12 to 20 people in your house is just not. How do they get to tell us we can't use our facilities? The guys decided that it wasn't worth it. But that letter came and said, you are in violation of. Now would you like a hearing? They did apologize later saying, yeah, they needed to update their form letters. But again, it's not totally independent because you go to the informal hearing and one of the staff members from fraternity sorority life is there advising the person who's in charge of the judicial process for IFC. So I don't really see them as independent.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask that we now have, I see we have Tom Cronin here. Anybody else from UNH or the university system that you'd like to have come up at the same time?
We have a few of us. If I could start and then maybe pass it off, because I think there's people who will speak to different pieces.
All right.
So thank you, members of the committee. Tom Cronin with the university system. So first, just want to say thank you to Representative Flynn, Representative Belcher for working through the amendment. Certainly the adjustment in the disciplinary proceedings section, we appreciate being heard on that during the hearing. That said, I think there are still challenges inside of this amendment, and ultimately it doesn't significantly change the underlying text of 1288. And so what I hope we could do is maybe have a couple appropriate folks walk through both on the HR and our collective bargaining side, and then also our student affairs side, just with some of the concerns that they had shared with us as we were working through this, and then hopefully to kind of take questions from there. Just quickly on the amendment, I think, and I don't know if this was an error or purposeful, we had a conversation during the hearing that we were concerned about the definition of faculty member. And again, I'm not sure if it was meant, but the amendment strikes probationary status, which essentially would give then full protection to a faculty member on their first day, full or part-time. We also discussed, obviously there's a range of different faculty types at the university, and full and part-time doesn't entirely cover that. Again, folks will speak a little bit more to this, and we are just reading the new section 4, but that does seem to raise a number of concerns that sort of handcuff us a bit in the event that actual criminal charges are filed against either a student or a faculty member, in terms of how we can proceed there. I think with the exception of the commissioner's points he made a second ago that I think our colleagues from Student Life can discuss, I think our main point at the hearing a few weeks ago was simply there are not complaints at the university system or the community college system that are warranting 1288, and that we have between our student rules, rights, and responsibilities, our collective bargaining agreements, and even for folks who would not be covered by this, due process rules for all of our employees that cover everything we're trying to accomplish here. So I'm hopeful that with my colleagues speaking through a couple of their concerns, we can continue to see that we have a strong body of policy behind this that sort of makes 1288 unnecessary. So with that, if I can, I think I'd like to ask Tracy and John Wallen to speak first from the HR and collective bargaining side.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I'm Tracy Birmingham. I'm the Associate General Counsel with the University System of New Hampshire.
Good afternoon. I'm John Wallen. I'm the Assistant Provost at the University of New Hampshire. I administer the
Can you
collective...
speak a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's better.
All right, excellent. Sorry. Good afternoon. I'm John Wallen. I'm the Assistant Provost at the University of New Hampshire. I serve as the Chief Negotiator for the university on the collective bargaining agreements with our faculty, and I'm the Administrator of the agreements. So I manage the, among other things, grievance process that, yes, mirrors a lot of the language in 1288.
So I wanted to approach this first.
Bring the mic down.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
Right. I work with the university extensively on our employment relationships. And one of the things that I think it's important for us to understand, this proposed bill would impact certain classes of employees, which includes student employees and faculty, but not all of our employees. One of the things that Tom was alluding to, we already have very extensive due process protections. The university system embodies in policy something that we feel is really important, which from an employment perspective, always a first objective is to make sure that our employees are heard and that we have the opportunity to engage with our employees. One of the things that this bill puts forward is really an adversarial system, which would replace our current system, which is a really robust due process protection that also allows us as an employer to work with our employees, which for those of you who work in an employment environment is really important to make sure that we have a collegial environment that allows for our employees to work with each other in a way that's effective. The bill would substitute for that something that looks much more like an adversarial system, and some of the process that we see here would really undermine what we try to do.
Try and speak a little more loudly. In addition to everything that Tracy had said, the language even in the amended language that was shared with us today regarding one disciplinary proceeding and the removal of the word reprimanded doesn't actually address in its totality the concerns that we have about the first level of discipline occurring in a typically informal fashion. And in fact, most often cases that may end in suspension or termination of a faculty member's position will start with far more innocuous discussions. An example may be that a student reports a faculty member canceling a class, something that would be very normal, a routine part of a faculty member's day. But their chair may want to speak to them about that, or their dean may want to speak to them about that. And as part of that discussion may determine or may discover that, in fact, it was not a single class that was canceled. There was a pattern of these classes being canceled. And in fact, the faculty member has not been responsive to students. And that may lead to something that was not known or intended at the time of the initial discussion. And I think that the way that this language in 1288 is drafted, it creates an impediment to having those earlier conversations in a more collegial way, in a time frame that is more quick, and remediating the concerns of the vast majority of complaints that come in a more time-sensitive and appropriate fashion. The other point to something that Tom had raised earlier with respect to 3, faculty member, meaning a full or part-time member of the faculty of a public institution of higher education, without taking too much of the committee's time, I did just want to address that faculty come in all shapes and sizes, not just full or part-time, but in fact, we have a number of faculty who are not employees of the University of New Hampshire, but are considered members of the faculty. Those would be individuals who are considered either affiliate faculty members or visiting faculty members who may be employed by another institution. During their time at the university, they are still afforded the opportunity and the due process that is outlined in our policies. But I'm raising that simply to point out that it would not be captured in the language under 3.
I apologize. One more point to build off of that. John alluded to the timeliness issue. As an employer, as all of you probably know, we have obligations to follow up if we have employees who raise concerns, to timely follow up on that. Our current due process protections contemplate that. So to John's point about we work with folks early and collegially to address issues, but if we have employees who are raising concerns to us, we have legal obligations to follow up on that timely, promptly. And our existing process, I think, does that very effectively. Some of the things we see in the new bill with timelines, requirements for disclosures, a really adversarial process, I think would probably be impediments to doing that timely.
Are there anything further?
No, thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So the question that I would have is that what do you believe that the impact, I've got 2 questions actually. What would be the impact of 1288 as proposed to your policies and your CBA that you have, that you're working off of right now? That's question 1, please.
You want to start?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the way that our collective bargaining agreements are drafted and the way that the canon of labor law works is traditionally around a progressive disciplinary process. I'm sorry, am I speaking loudly enough? Thank you. Around a progressive disciplinary process, which ensures that before any action adverse to an employee's employment status is taken, they are afforded the opportunity to have a discussion and to provide that information. As I said earlier, that is most often, in most instances, done verbally and is done either informally or fairly quickly, meaning quickly from when we are aware of the issue to when we try and have that conversation, so that we're working with and supporting our employee as quickly as possible so that they are aware of the concern. They can provide what they believe to be the facts or their explanation for the behavior, if in fact it occurred. And we can work with them, supporting them in continuing to move forward in a productive employment relationship.
So if I may?
Yes.
So if I'm hearing what you're saying, that the proposed 1288 could interfere with that early step of in your definition of collegial environment, that it would interfere with that early step of trying to seek some sense of resolution to the issue prior to an official movement into a progressive discipline kind of approach that this would call for. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative, that's exactly correct.
Thank you.
So what's HR do then when you have an issue going on? Is there not an informal step that's taken prior to either a reprimand, suspension, or in K through 12, we call it revocation of your teaching ticket, but it would be expulsion. Isn't there anything informal that goes on prior to those possible 3 steps, which were in the bill as introduced, 2 steps, which are in the amendment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think you've put your finger right on the issue. Our process right now has a lot of steps before we get to something that would be as significant as that. But the proposed bill is talking about needing to take immediately into an adversarial situation anytime if it could result in that. So to John's point, when we start our process, which is always intentionally at the outset, we want to have discussions with folks. That could result in serious discipline depending on what happened. So the bill as proposed, to your point, would put us in a position to say all of those early stage processes would be put into doubt to say, could we do that consistent with the law if this went forward? To say we would be then in jeopardy to say, well, did we do the process that requires witnesses, written statements? It's just inconsistent with how the employment relationship works.
So are those informal stages you're talking about, is that part of the due process that we now are looking at in terms of this legislation, which is taking steps beyond the policy that's designed within UNH?
But part of the problem is it's eliminating, in some respects, it would eliminate all of the options we have under existing policy to try to address things less in the outside of the adversarial process. The bill is proposing an adversarial process, really anytime something could lead to significant discipline. Our current process by policy, and John can speak to in our CBAs, talk about doing oral verbal conversations. We do oral warnings. We do a first written warning. Oftentimes those are as casual as conversations in an office so that you can give people immediate feedback. That could ultimately lead to discipline, but that doesn't mean, from our perspective, that the situation is best addressed by making it adversarial from the outset. And the bill as proposed seems to contemplate that.
The process you're talking about here, your collective bargaining agreements with those that are employed, what about the students that would not come underneath the CBA? That now, where's their informal process?
Yeah, and you've raised another very good point because, and our colleagues will speak to them, the student experience as students. I can speak to it as students as employees. One of the purposes of we employ students as part of their educational mission, or our educational mission, along with it helps get things done. But students are employees, and under our existing policies, they're entitled to some of the same due process that we apply to our other employees. One of the other challenges when I was looking at this bill was to say, well, we're creating 2 classes of employees. We've got student employees who will be subject to the bill. We've got faculty who are employees who would be subject to the bill. And then we have a whole host of other employees who would fall under our existing policies. From my experience, particularly for student employees, that informal, non-adversarial process is really important because oftentimes these are young workers. And when I say young, I mean new to employment. And it's really important to them to have that educational opportunity that comes with giving a new employee feedback. And this process that's contemplated with the bill will make it an adversarial process that really, I think, is going to undermine that important aspect of student employment.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you for being here and explaining the current processes you have in CBA. But if there is the informal conversations and discussions that you talked about, at some point there might well be further discipline required, and wouldn't you have in place something that's akin to what is laid out on page 2 of the bill?
Yeah, so specific to the collective bargaining agreements that we have currently, we have a process that was negotiated with, obviously, the representatives for those agreements. They are similar to, but different in terms of the timing that occurs, in terms of the way that notification is provided and processed, in terms of the identification of which advocates are permissive to be able to be brought to that, as well as the scope and the potential outcomes that could occur. But the standard is also different. For moving forward with a termination case against, for example, a tenured faculty member, we have a just cause standard that we have to meet, which is different than the preponderance standard that's included here. We also have additional steps in our process that require the engagement of the president of the institution, the engagement of our faculty senate for peer review and disciplinary recommendations, as well as the opportunity for obviously the individual to afford themselves to a representative from from their union to be in attendance at all meetings that they have with the administration.
Representative Myler?
Thank you. Again, thank you for responding to my question. How many unions do you have at the university?
At the University of New Hampshire, currently we have 4. 3 are faculty, and 1 is, as you noted earlier, with Chief Dean and the police department.
Just on a follow-up, I'm assuming that your student employees are not unionized, correct?
That is correct.
So the issue of dealing with issues, where does past practice come in as it relates to solving similar issues particularly with your student group?
Sure, Tracy.
Yeah, and the student, you're spot on.
Is closer, please.
Yeah, the practice with respect to our student employees is the important aspect that you're highlighting. It's our practice when we have student employees to work with them in that process that I discussed, to say you discuss issues in their employment verbally first, followed by, process that becomes more formal.
I still don't have in my mind fixed to what's going on here. The bill itself says relative to establishing certain due process rights for students, student organizations. We're not talking student employees. We may be, but we're talking about students that are there to learn the academics and to have a little bit of fun on campus. And organizations, like we heard about the fraternity earlier, so they're not employees. What's the first step for them? Is there an informal process of notifying them that who has made the concern, who submitted that, and how are we going to work with you to try and correct this?
Yeah, and I think as we're talking about students as students being subject to student discipline, I think we have some colleagues who will speak to that. And I apologize if I've kind of created confusion about the students as employees versus students as students. Mm-hmm. There is an entirely different process for them, which Tom alluded to. Our student rules, rights, responsibilities document creates extensive due process protections for students as they are engaged with our student conduct process versus the student employment, which is frankly a much less significant
Thank
issue.
you. So maybe it's best now we move to those that can come up and speak to the 1,400 students that you're dealing with. 14,000, I mean. Yeah. Big difference. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Blackman. I'm the Dean of Students at the University of New Hampshire. Been there for about 3 years now, and I'm noting that to state that I am a different Dean of Students than the Dean of Students referenced by Commissioner Jasper earlier in the day.
Afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Alexis Pinheiro Benson. I'm the Director of Community Standards. I oversee and administer the university's disciplinary system.
So I'll try not to repeat much of what my colleague shared earlier today, but I'll note that the purpose behind the bill is good. that we believe that students and student organizations should be afforded due process protections no matter what the allegation is. And as has been referenced a couple times, we have extensive conduct procedures that are described in our Student Rights, Rules, and Responsibilities Handbook that say for any sanction what a student can expect in terms of those due process protections. We know that a student's education is a thing of value to them, and that doing anything that impacts that education is depriving them of that property and that value, and we take that responsibility seriously. And as has been stated, the due process protections afforded to students are proportional to the potential sanction. And so I want to acknowledge that the change, the amendment, raising the bar, removing the word reprimand and raising the bar by which this applies to students to suspension or potential expulsion is good. And we believe that when a student is facing potential loss for their education, either temporarily or permanently, that there should be extensive due process protections afforded to them that will be more extensive than when a student is potentially getting a warning for holding a beer while they're underage. I will say that a few remaining amendments would still be helpful, if at all to be considered. The first being that defining student organizations to only apply when student organizations have actually been recognized versus seeking recognition status. For our purposes, a group of students that is seeking recognition is not formally recognized and does not have the protections afforded to a recognized student organization. They are just a group of students at that point. In addition, we would recommend that a similar threshold bar be applied to student organizations as it was to students. In the amendment, raising the bar by which the disciplinary proceeding would be defined to include suspension and beyond, to be the same for student organizations. Student organizations facing loss of recognition or suspension or dismissal from the school. We believe that those should have more significant due process protections. And similarly, when we're issuing a student organization a warning because they've been a little bit too loud, we certainly think they should have due process protections afforded to them, but those should be different from when a student organization is potentially facing the loss of recognition. I also want to address, and then I'll pause, the amendment on the second page, certainly understanding the importance of not having evidence from a disciplinary proceeding be admissible in a court of law. I will say that the second sentence and beyond that requires that we wait until the criminal proceeding be complete before we proceed with a disciplinary proceeding on our end would be incredibly challenging for us. We have an obligation to respond quickly and swiftly when we learn of a potential violation. I understand the motivation behind it, but we know that court proceedings can sometimes take months or years to complete. And under many laws, we have an obligation to respond, as Tracy referenced, within a certain time frame, or even if a certain time frame hasn't been specified, that we still act quickly to protect our community. And if we're not able to do that and have to wait for potentially months or years for a criminal proceeding to be over, that would really limit our ability to do that. I understand that there was a clause put in to say that we can take temporary actions pending the completion of a criminal proceeding. However, any interim actions that we implement are meant to address highly significant behavior. We have a very high threshold for when we do that because the nature of an interim action means that the student is not getting their due process protections under the code of conduct. We're acting quickly. So it would not be ideal to be implementing many temporary or interim measures waiting for a criminal proceeding to complete. We want to be able to give students their full process as quickly and resolve these things for students as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mike. Is
Alexis.
Yeah, do you have anything else to add right now?
My dean of students did such a great job.
This is the new dean, too.
The new dean.
Yeah. So, questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for being here. Could you review for us the various levels from just a conversation? What are the levels of due process and actions that you might take, and give us at least some examples, like if I violated because I'm
Sure.
drinking and I'm not sure, obviously that's a much lower. Could you move up that scale to ultimately a dismissal?
Sure. So, in our code of conduct, we have generally two forms of resolution, which is a conference or a hearing. And the vast majority of our disciplinary proceedings are resolved through a conference, which tends to be a one-on-one conversation with a staff member. To put it in perspective, we had about 3,000 overall allegations last year, and only 80 of them resulted in a hearing because the vast majority of them are lower level violations that happen in the residence halls, people making too much noise, students underage drinking, that we know are only going to result in a warning or potentially an educational sanction that go along with that. So in those lower level cases, the basic due process proceeding protections that students are all afforded is right to notice, to have a notice of the allegations, the right to have a meaningful opportunity to respond before any final decisions are made, the right to have an impartial decision maker make those decisions. Anything you would add, Alexis? And then when we start talking about a hearing, which we use when a student is going to be suspended, or potentially dismissed, or more serious sanctions, then we have far more due process protections that include what is in the bill and beyond, including things like a live hearing, a panel hearing, the right to an advisor, more specified timelines of notice and resolution and the like. Sure.
So when an activity occurs at the fraternity house off campus that we spoke to earlier, and the allegation was made to the university itself, and contact was then made with the Durham police, where's the due process in this thing? Is it now due process according to your policy, or is it due process according to what the city of Durham has got in place?
So the two would be two separate processes, right? If the town of Durham, if there's any criminal proceedings, then they would have their own separate processes. If I think what you're describing is we might be notified by the Durham Police Department that, for example, a fraternity house was very loud or...
Well, I'll take it. The university notified the police in Durham.
Sure.
So now we have it going that way. Where's due process exist here? Is it now out of the bailiwick of UNH?
I see what you're saying.
And in that of the town?
So if by us notifying the police department, we're not ceding our right to follow up. And normally similarly to student organizations, the process will depend on the potential sanction. Similarly, most sanctions are going to be informal conversations or warnings, and those are really handled by the governing bodies that have been referenced throughout this meeting today, the Interfraternity Council or the Panhellenic Council. Those are student governing bodies that part of their role is to respond to these allegations. So we would share the police report, for example, or the complaint with the respective governing body, who will then work to resolve it based on their bylaws. If the organization was facing potential suspension or loss of recognition, then we would implement a different process that had more procedural protections managed by the Office of Community Standards.
I don't think my question was really answered.
Oh, no. Okay.
Because if it's now in the hands of the Durham Police Department, then they initiate something through the court system. Where's the due process? First of all, how does the fraternity even know who made the allegation? And it seems to me there's a hole here in terms of following. I'm not following along. If everything occurred underneath Paul Dean's bailiwick, I could get it, but I'm not getting it now when we involve in, the town of Durham coming in saying you're too loud on this fraternity, and by the way, we don't have an ordinance on it, but you're just too loud.
So it might speak to what I was describing earlier with the amendment, that the criminal proceedings and the university proceedings are really two parallel processes that could occur simultaneously. It's not common that we would be the ones to notify the police. Maybe a student walked by the house and called the police because they thought it was too loud. but more commonly, we would hear about an issue from the police. And anytime we're talking about the university proceeding, the due process protections that I was describing apply. It would be managed, depending on the severity, by the appropriate body. Most of the time, that's the governing body, the Interfraternity Council, the Panhellenic Council, whose due process procedures are described in their bylaws and voted on by the respective council. So those are the protections that would apply. The process that's handled by the court system, if there is some separate court process, that would be totally separate from us. Now, we would move with our own proceedings following either our bylaws or our code of conduct, and affording students all the protections outlined therein.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any further questions from the committee for Mike or Alexis? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Does the university, since I have an attorney here that wants to speak to this thing, I'm looking right at him. No.
We have a few attorneys here, but
yes.
I think you have heard at this point, as long as Mike and Alexis are all set, I think those are the main concerns from our side. Be happy to see Shannon and the community college system.
Yeah, that's where I want to go next. Shannon, what do you have for us? Oh, you have a representative. Wait, say Alexis and Mike. Oh, is this a question from Representative Damon? There's a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, a little slow on the organization. Is there a communication process if there are criminal proceedings against the student, so through Durham PD? Is there any formality of communicating that to campus?
Meaning if the Durham Police Department is working on some kind of criminal proceeding, do they automatically notify us of that?
That is the question, yeah.
Not necessarily. It would depend on the nature of the violation. But as I said earlier, we often will receive what we call landlord notifications if a certain house or property is too loud, but there's no automatic, we get notified of every criminal proceeding that's happening in the town of Durham by law enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Reed here on behalf of the community college system. I'm going to be brief because you've already heard a lot about what I think concerns that we share about some of the specifics of this bill. And more broadly, while I think the bill is certainly very well intentioned, I think that it might have been brought without an understanding of the fact that we have very sound and robust policies already in place that I think accomplish what the sponsors conceptually would want us to have. I think a lot of what you heard from the university system is congruent with what we experience, except of course we don't have the Greek life component that you heard a story about at the outset. I do have two colleagues here with me, one from HR and CPA negotiation and one from student services, who I will ask to follow me and address any kind of specifics that pertain more to our system than what you heard previously from our friends at the university system. But a couple things that I'll point out that we still would have concerns or questions about before we'd be comfortable with anything like this going forward. First, I think we pointed out in the hearing, this bill from the employee standpoint includes faculty, but not staff. So that would set up a kind of a separate process for staff and faculty. Not that I want to suggest expanding the scope of this bill, but just pointing out that it would set up that kind of dual structure.
So what staff?
Staff?
Faculty, got a definition for each?
Yes, we do. No, I mean, basically people who don't teach. I mean, I'm staff.
Okay.
Chancellor
All right.
Rubenstein is
People who
staff.
don't teach.
People who don't teach. Our registrars, our bursars, our financial aid counselors, our admissions officers, anyone like that. Okay. One concern I heard internally when I talked about this bill with some of my colleagues pertains to the hearings as they are outlined in House Bill 1288. The bill allows a respondent to cross-examine a complainant. Basically, the language is confront and cross-examine witnesses. The bill doesn't set out what legal guardrails would apply in that type of a situation. For example, would this include guidance with respect to relevant lines of questioning for instance, sexual history. In a criminal trial, there are very clear guidelines understood by all the parties about what can and cannot be asked. I don't know that this bill provides that type of guidance while it allows for that same kind of format of a hearing. And in fact, allowing the complainant to be the one to cross-examine potentially, allowing the respondent to potentially be cross-examining the complainant raises some concerns about whether that could re-traumatize the complainant in certain situations. I would also, I do want to raise the fact that the definition of student in this bill, and this is something that could be tweaked, but for us, we believe that that would probably include all of our dual and concurrent enrollment students. These are high school students who do fall under the definition, I think, in this bill of student. So I think that we would be really cautious about opening up this bill to a large high school student population. I just don't know what that would look like in practice. And I will stop here and see if there's any questions that I can answer, but I would also, after that, ask my colleagues to come up and speak specifically about our CBA environment, HR environment, and then the student affairs side.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Reed, for taking my question. Sort of similar to what the university system spoke to in terms of the number of complaints they get in a year, and then leading to a certain number of hearings and disciplinary action. I was wondering if you could put that into the in similar context, but in the community college
To quantify
context, and yeah, and also maybe also talk about any sort of complaints that community colleges have received with respect to the processes that you have in place today.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that that's best answered by my colleagues who deal specifically with this as a part of their normal work.
Thank you.
Further questions? Shannon, we're talking community college has older adults in it, but you do have these minors. Do you have separate, minor by meaning high school kids? Do you have a process to deal with them by policy that are going through issues maybe or not?
Well, any legal limitations that that adhere to their status as minors, we would of course need to follow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm really answering your question. Most of the minors that we serve are those dual and concurrent enrollment students. We do have some students who are legitimately minors on our campuses. I think any college would if you're 18. I think both of my kids started college when they were 18. So, 17. Yeah. But if you're asking specifically about the dual and concurrent enrollment students, they remain high school students. And so I'm not sure about how it would work in practice to have the provisions of this bill potentially apply to them.
Well, I was thinking more you'd contact the high school from where they're from.
I'm sorry, can you?
If there's an issue with in a dual concurrent situation, wouldn't you work with the high school, the sending school, or not?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Shannon.
So I'd like to ask Sarah Sawyer, our Director of Human Resources, and Megan Kahn, who is the Vice President of Student Affairs at Manchester Community College, to come up and fill in any gaps that I've left or answer any specific questions that you might have.
Thank you.
I'll let you go first. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Sawyer. I serve as the Director of Human Resources for the Community College System of New Hampshire. And in that role, am involved in collective bargaining. The community college system, as you know, is comprised of 7 colleges across the state. We also have a system office, which is really a centralized business function. We currently have 3 covered bargaining units, a full-time faculty bargaining unit, an adjunct faculty bargaining unit, and a staff bargaining unit. In each of our bargaining agreements, we have a due process that has been negotiated between the parties. Similar to the university system, we have a progressive disciplinary system. Also, as public employees, public employees certainly have a significant element of due process, which includes anytime we're engaging in any form of conversation with regards to some form of what I'll call disciplinary action. That includes a pre-meeting where we're meeting with the employee, we're reviewing the concerns, we're asking for input from the employee and taking all of that information into consideration before we render any form of sanction. I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have with regards to our due process. I would note that in our negotiated due process, not only does it include grievance processes where an employee has the right to bring forth their concerns, that progresses through a higher level of management within the organization. A final step is what is an arbitration process, where that is an independent third party reviewing the circumstances and renders a decision which is final and binding.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I'll ask you the same questions I asked UNH. What would be the impact of 1288 on your collective bargaining agreement?
I share the view of my colleagues at the university system in that it's an adversarial approach. A couple of things that have caused me to be concerned. One is the hearing nature, certainly where ultimately a respondent has the opportunity to question a complainant. It could create, again, a whole series of negative experiences, especially if the situation was traumatic. And also, when, as an employer, if we're taking an action against an employee, it is management's responsibility to ensure that they have given due consideration for all of the facts before them. Employees still have rights that go beyond ultimately a grievance process or an arbitration process to hold management accountable. So those are my concerns, and we work similar again to colleagues at the university system. We put every effort in to try to resolve issues at what we've referred to as the lowest possible level, and that means having conversations with our employees, taking opportunities to create an environment with our employees where circumstances that may have led to an improper decision, that there may be ways to remedy that and to learn from those.
Follow up, please. Yep. Follow up. 273A gives the right of the employees to organize and
Yes.
and negotiate their contract. And so my concern is how does this, particularly when it relates to staff, et cetera, would this subvert that right of the employee to have a discipline process or a due process system that's in the collective bargaining agreement? Would this subvert that effort? That would be the concern that I would have.
To some degree, I think the other concern point is the lack of I guess, timeframes and timelines. Again, we work very judiciously to resolve issues, but also to accommodate defined timelines that we've negotiated. So.
Got a question on, as the bill was introduced on page 2, it says, in all disciplinary proceedings against a student, student organization, or faculty member, the student organization, or faculty member shall be entitled to a hearing under published procedures that include at a minimum all the following. And all the rights are listed underneath the bill, the right to this, the right to that. Are you supportive of those rights?
I believe our process provides those rights. We provide individuals, when we're taking action, with the determinations for whatever action that is. So we're providing them with the, for lack of a better term, evidence. We're providing them with the opportunity to refute that evidence. However, ultimately, what causes me concern is that hearing process. the timeliness associated with that, the lack of, I guess, framework or guards surrounding that process. But as public employees, I believe that we work very hard to ensure that any action that we are taking, that ultimately the employee understands the evidence that we're using to take that action and has the opportunity to refute that.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. All right.
Hello.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh,
So-
I thought you were working in tandem.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm Megan Kahn, and I'm the Vice President of Students and Community Development at Manchester Community College. So I can speak to the student experience at CCS&H and the community colleges a little bit. And echoing what folks have said today, I think that our student judiciary process is absolutely laid out to provide the student with every instance of support they need, of their ability to advocate for themselves, their ability to hear why they're in this situation, what has happened. And in fact, the way that our student judiciary process is written is really specifically around that idea of educating the student on what happened and why it was not helpful, or why it went against our code of conduct, or why they're now in this trouble, and helping them become a productive member of our community again. So it really is all built around this idea of welcoming them back to be a member of the community college systems. And I just wanted to read a couple of those highlights. So this is built into what our student conduct policy is. It's to protect the relative rights of all students, adjudicate student behavioral problems in an effective, equitable, and educational manner. So again, built around educating with those students why their behavior wasn't considered appropriate. And then really specifically, enabling students to learn from their experiences, to foresee consequences of the behavior, and to avoid behaviors that would violate ethical and moral standards. The missions of the college's judicial system shall be educational in emphasis. So we really think that we have these things in place to support our students who are going through the judiciary system. Like my colleagues at the university system have said, we have many different steps, and the majority of ours are settled at a much lower standard. So I know there was a question regarding kind of the number of incidences that we deal with, and I don't have it for the full system. I can say that I've been with CCS&H for 10 years. 5, I've been very intimately involved in the student judiciary conduct, and there have not been a substantial number of cases that have gotten to where we're talking about removing a student from their educational experience. It's very important to us at the community college that everybody has that opportunity to maintain their educational opportunities at the community college system. So that's what we're working on. How do we allow everyone to have access? And I will say that I think another question was brought up about, do we have complaints about our process? So for the students at CCS&H, they can appeal. They have an appeals process if they don't like the decision. And one of the reasons they can appeal is because they feel like their process was not fair. They feel like there was something wrong with the process. They didn't get notified in the right time. They didn't get to respond, something like that. That's one of the bases they can submit an appeal, and we will go through the whole appeals process with them. So I think that speaks to they have a way to voice their concerns or complaints if they have them. And again, that is really about bringing them back into that educational setting. And I think the other question somebody asked about, the underage students, so the high school students. For students that are dual enrolled who would be taking the classes at their local high school, in most cases, we allow the high schools would take the lead on the judiciary actions or any code of conduct. However, I think the concern here is that this bill would require us to then step in and do things in a different way than maybe the high schools are set up to do. So it really puts a double layer of proceedings on the student, when in most cases, I think right now we are really set up to allow students to be heard in their home institution, whether that's the high school or the college. So those were just a couple of questions I had jotted down that I hope I answered for you, if you remember that. But anything about the student process at CCS&H or the community colleges, I'd be glad to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Myler?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We heard from the UNH that there are multiple, or at least my interpretation of what was said, there are multiple student judiciary governance issues around campus so that you're dealing with kind of a peer-in-peer review of a particular problem. Is there a similar kind of a situation that you have in the CCSNH system?
So the majority of our concerns or potential code of conduct complaints are going to be handled at that conversation level. It really can be split into either something that's a violation of the student conduct or something that's an academic violation. So if it's academic, it's plagiarism, it's something in the classroom, that's taken care of by academic affairs and the faculty, and there's that process. If it's the student affairs, it really starts with, did you know this is the policy? What happened? Where, like, what can you talk us through the situation? Where is this going? If it escalates to a hearing, we can pull together a hearing board and then an appeal board as well. But very few times is it more than that conversation with the student to say, this is not acceptable behavior in this situation. And the sanction is just a, now you know. We've talked about it. Now you know that this isn't, constructive, or this is against the code of conduct. And it's not a removal of, it's not removing students from class. It's not removing students. We're fortunate the majority of us don't have dorms, so we're not talking about dorm life. We're not, there's some who do, but for the majority of us, it's more of a, when you're a member of this community and you're here on campus, these are the things that we look for.
So thank you. So is the conversation that you're just related to, is that staff to student, or is there student to student?
So it's usually not student to student unless for some reason it happened in a club meeting. We do teach students to advocate for themselves. So, we've had situations where a student was in a club meeting and said something, and another student in that club meeting felt uncomfortable, and they might come report that student. And our conversation is, have you guys talked about what the rules of your club is? What's the norm for your club meetings? Have you had conversations about what is and is not appropriate? Is it just club business, or are you allowed to hang out and talk about what you did on the weekend? Have you guys talked about what is a comfort level that you guys are willing to discuss? Are you comfortable calling each other out? So we'll coach the students on having those. And if they're not comfortable, then we absolutely have someone from student life or a staff member or a faculty advisor help them with those conversations.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Representative Lynn, did you have a concern or a question?
I did have.
I saw you moving around there like you.
Yes, if I
Yes, come on. Yes.
So I guess the basic point that I would make is, I think it's really important to recognize that one of the provisions, I don't have the bill right in front of me now, I just have the amendment, but one of the provisions in the bill, I believe, says that there's any institution that's covered by this bill is perfect. It's perfectly proper for them to have processes in place that provide more due process protection than this bill. What they can't do is provide less. And so I guess one of the things I would ask you to think about is the various, if the processes that the community college system and the university system have talked about are the equivalent of or better than what's in this bill, what's the problem? They can continue to use them. It seems like what they're really saying is, maybe we don't quite provide the due process protection that the bill calls for, and that's what we're worried about. And I give an example, the only specific thing that I heard anybody talk about was the time limits. Maybe there are some time limits in this bill that are different than the time limits in some collective bargaining agreement or, if that's the issue, if it should be 2 weeks instead of 1 week or what, change that. I certainly am not married in any sense to the specific time limits. If there's an argument that the time limit should be a little greater or whatever, fine, make those changes. the other point that I would make is, first of all, let me make two other points really. First, with regard to why does this bill refer only to faculty and students or student organizations and not staff? Candidly, in drafting the bill, my concern was some of the things that have been going on where people, it just seemed, and I'm talking generally around the country, where it just seemed that people, students or faculty members were being treated unfairly. Political correctness was sort of the reigning philosophy. And it seemed to me that the people that were likely the targets of that were faculty members and students. I hadn't really heard much about staff. And so that's why, but again, if it should apply to everybody, if there's a concern that we shouldn't have two systems, put staff in. I would not have any problem with that. I just sort of, I tried to focus on what I thought was the problem. The other point that I would ask you again to think about on this regard is this. You've heard from the various university people from the community college system and the university system. If this was such a bad thing for faculty and staff and unions, where are those people? How come they're not? How come you haven't had any union person in here saying this is terrible? Don't do this to us. This is you're taking away our rights. I haven't heard that, and I suspect that might be that maybe they don't think this is so bad, or at least they're thinking that they would have the rights that are granted under their collective bargaining agreement would be equivalent, and there'd be no problem. They can continue to follow what's provided under their collective bargaining agreements. So I guess those are some of the things that I would ask you to think about. The last point that I would make is it says in the definition of disciplinary proceeding means an action or proceeding instituted. I don't think that to the extent that there was this, the concerns raised about, we have a collaborative process. We first try to talk to someone. I don't see how how anything in this interferes with that. That's not the beginning of a proceeding to suspend someone. I guess the equivalent would be in the criminal law context, if a policeman walks up to you and starts to talk to you, raising some question about, I'm not quite sure why you're in this area or what you're doing, that doesn't start a criminal proceeding. If they issue you some kind of a ticket or whatever, or they arrest you, obviously, but if they issue you some kind of a ticket, that starts a proceeding. So I don't see how any of I think the idea that the collaborative process that they're talking about, that all sounds fine to me. And I don't see how anything in this is in any way inconsistent with that. So anyway, that's
Thank you. Representative Myler?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I go back to, why was this filed? Was there an incident? Was there a history? We've heard from, obviously, we've heard the institutional voice. There's no question about that.
Sure.
And so, if this is dealing with due process, we've heard there's collective bargaining, there's a grievance procedure, there's an arbitration procedure, there's student reviews of issues. Why was this brought forward? Was there something that initiated this, or was this just a philosophic issues that I think this would be good to have? So can you clarify for me?
Sure. No, I think that, as I said before, I think the issue that prompts this is the kind of things that we've seen going on around the country with, faculty members or students or student organizations being kind of canceled, and things that we've seen, coming out of first the Obama administration, then it was canceled under the Trump administration, and now apparently there's at least some effort to restore it in the Biden administration of kind of cutting back on the processes that are afforded students who are accused. And I can't help notice that one of the prior people who spoke to you just a few moments ago talked about a concern about, well, if we allow cross-examination, a complainant might be traumatized. Well, is that a legitimate concern? Yeah, but I didn't hear her say that we should be concerned about whether somebody had been improperly accused and didn't have the right to cross-examine to basically establish that he was innocent. So and please understand, I don't fault the prior witness for that at all. Traumatization of victim is certainly a legitimate concern, but I think it's a two-way street, and part of the fact that you focus on traumatization of the victim, but don't sort of consider the other side of the equation. That's the problem. I think that is why this kind of legislation is needed, because there are, from 27 years of serving as a judge, there are two sides to the story, and you have to be concerned with both sides of the story.
Just as a follow-up, believe me, if I've learned anything in my life, that is, there are two sides of every story, and you need to know both sides. I understand that. But you talk about a national culture that you're concerned with. In this state, are there issues that prompted this piece of legislation as a result of actions that have been taken by the university or whatever in this state?
I can tell you that I have heard sort of general kind of complaint, but I can't give you a specific, like this happened on this date. No, I cannot give you that.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I worked briefly in college as an adjunct professor, and I was in the wellness, I taught wellness and health. And one of the most delicate issues that comes up at colleges, in my opinion, is sexual assault. And I kind of think it's the hidden elephant in the room today, that we're talking around that. When you talk about Obama, Trump, Biden, I think you're talking about Title IX, and I think you're talking about sexual assault on campus. And I think that the general way it's handled at colleges has to be very, very delicate. Very delicate, because a lot of times the victim doesn't want to press charges, but obviously they can't just go on campus just as they always have. And the person who's the perpetrator sometimes is totally clueless, not totally clueless, but was drunk or really didn't have much training or anything on consent beforehand. So I think when we talk about traumatizing victims through the perpetrator or the person that's accused, cross-examining them, I mean, that would be horrific in the case of sexual assault. And on most of the at least my understanding is that a lot of campuses have specific guidelines set up for sexual assault and specific ways to deal with it, that this due process that you have in this bill would really interfere with it. And I'm very opposed to it. Thank you.
Well, I guess the only thing I could say in response, Representative, and I say this respectfully, but that the traumatization that you're talking about, could it exist? Yes. But I don't think that what follows from that is that we can just assume that it happened. What if it didn't happen? What if in fact the person is innocent? Isn't that the reason that you have cross-examination? Because I mean that's the whole point of our system. We don't however much we may feel for someone, we don't say, well, we'll just the victim must be believed. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. The victim, the victim may very well, in many cases, be telling the truth, and the perpetrator should be punished. I have no doubt about that. But we can't just assume that that's true, because it may be the case that the person that's accused is innocent and should have an opportunity to demonstrate that. And that cross-examination is, from time immemorial, has been one of the ways in which that's done is through cross-examination. So,
Yes.
So I can't remember the exact statistics, but it's overwhelmingly that most people who are victims of sexual assault don't go to a criminal level. And the reason they don't go to a criminal level, there's several reasons they don't go to a criminal level, but when you're in your 20s or late teens, whatever happens is going to affect both those people, both parties, tremendously for the rest of their lives. And so the more can be handled at a local situation involving maybe even parents at that level, but certainly people who know crisis centers, who know how to handle it. I think to then throw in due process and criminal law, you're making a bad situation unbearable. So that would be my point.
I'm with you. I think I'm probably with you 90% of the way. But where I would draw the line is if that, sort of informal kind of, we're going to talk about it kind of collaboratively. If the bottom line of that is the student is being, here suspended, if that's the bottom line, then it seems to me that that's where the accused student, and obviously the student can waive any of these. There's no reason that I think the bill specifically says that the student can waive, accused student or faculty member can waive all of these things if he wants to or she wants to. But if they don't do that and the bottom line is the student's going to be suspended, it seems to me that there is where the student has a right to say, wait a minute, I have some rights here too. And yes, the rights are less than would be the case in a criminal trial where proof had to be beyond a reasonable doubt and it's a public trial and all that. Sure. But to just say, you don't have any right to sort of defend yourself, that I have a problem with that.
I don't think they ever say that they don't have any.
Could be a question.
Sorry.
Okay, are there any other questions for Representative Lynn right now? Representative Pop, thank you very much. Representative Popovich, Mueller, you have had your hand up.
Extremely brief.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to be, again, extremely brief because, we've spent a lot of time on this and frankly, I learned quite a few things here. I'm not a co-sponsor of this bill, but in my view, one of the benefits of this bill is that it would protect our universities, which currently are required to conduct investigations with standards that could result in bad decisions. And while I was waiting there and researching stuff, I just found a December 23 article in the Philadelphia Inquirer about a $15 million award to a doctor against Thomas Jefferson University because of the outcome of a Title IX investigation that was conducted according to those rules, resulted in an incorrect decision. And, the courts then created a massive financial liability against the university in question. Right now, universities have so many rules on how quickly they have to do things and how to do things. Creating this clear legal standard at the state level would give them a clear way to do it, which would also protect them against those types of outcomes. And I'd be happy to send link to that particular article to the committee just for your information so you can review it. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I just wanted to share that point of view on this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Yes, Shannon?
Just very briefly, I feel like I need to clarify something that I said earlier where that the sponsor alluded to. And I certainly did not intend in any way to prioritize the rights or position of the complainant over the respondent. But my point was more in giving the respondent the right in this bill to confront and cross-examine. Does that respondent understand legal guardrails that would be in place in a courtroom proceeding, for example. What can be asked? What can't be asked? What's kind of fair game and what isn't? The right to cross-examine, the right to explore and interrogate the information and whatever evidence has been brought forth is certainly something that happens in the context of our existing procedures and processes, but it's not the kind of layman, if you will, who's doing it. It's someone who understands what those rules are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on this bill? Thank you. So we're going to move on now to the next bill, which we had 1305, which is freedom of speech and association at public institutions of higher education. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really have a very short statement to make, basically two things. One is that during the initial hearings, I was under the impression, because the bill had an FN extension, that it was a two-committee bill. I learned later what the committee already knows, that it is a single committee bill. I just wanted to correct that misstatement on the record, since I misspoke the first time, not knowing what the situation was. The other thing that I wanted to share was that, excuse me, I did spend time talking to the Office of the Civil Rights of the Attorney General, and we were able to agree on language that would address the concerns they expressed as feedback to the bill. That amendment has been filed with OLS. I hope it will be ready by the end of tomorrow, and as soon as it is ready, I will share it with the committee. Other than that, I'm just here to be available if anybody has questions. I don't have a lot of statements to make.
Thank you very much. Yeah, when you get a hold of that, Representative, can you make sure it gets
as soon as the OLS has it, and I ask for it to be done by tomorrow, the end of tomorrow.
And can they send it to House Committee Services right upstairs, and it'll be disseminated to the committee?
I will make sure that as soon as it's there, it will be sent to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody like to speak on the freedom of speech, freedom of association bill? Yes.
I'll be very, very brief, since I've talked to and at you about this at enormous length.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank Representative Popovici-Miller for working with the Attorney General's office on the definition of harassment. That was one of our concerns. We'll have to see what comes out, but we just want to say publicly thank you to the representative for having done that. And beyond that, the other challenge that we've identified sort of still remain. We're happy to answer questions about any of them. The one point we haven't made in a while, and before, and I just want to raise again now, is we've just had an extensive discussion about that last bill, the due process. This bill's now been heard, had a public hearing twice in 2 years, and the study session. If you add it all up, the combined time of the committee that's been put into the bill is, it's got to be 60 odd hours at this point on this bill. And I think one of the things you're understanding is it's challenging to find the right way to strike a balance on these things, because once you drill down to these issues that affect kind of low-level university operational things, like how do we manage our student clubs and how do we issue permits, they're kind of getting down into the weeds. And I would suggest that if you look at 187A, the legislature a long time ago made a statement that in general, it's going to leave those issues to the Board of Trustees of the university system. And I think it does it for two reasons. One is because I know if we express some concern, I've heard concerns from the sponsor about how, well, the people running UNH change all the time. So the people running the state change sometimes too, and it's hard for us to respond to the competing calls. But the other part of it is, this is one very small part of the university's administration, and this committee has already had to sink a lot of hours of its time into it. And I think that's why the legislature, those many decades ago, made the decision that they're going to offload a lot of that to the Board of Trustees. And I think if the committee decided that it was going to rest on that decision that the legislature made that time ago to leave these sorts of matters to the Board of Trustees, it would be consistent with how it's treated similar matters in the past. And now I will genuinely be quiet and stop saying a single more word about this bill unless asked.
Questions from the committee? In the last several months, college campus has gone through a lot of difficult times dealing with freedom of speech. However, it's been fairly settled at UNH. Can you tell me why?
I think it's a combination of things. One is, I mean, you heard from Chief Dean when he was here to testify. I think he and his team do a very good job of working with events on campus to make sure that people get heard, but that things sort of stay, people color inside the lines. The other part, and this is down partially to the person in the seat, I will admit, but there's been a real institutional commitment to it, going back a number of years now, right down to working with Fire to rewrite all of our policies to make sure that they lined up with what Fire was hoping to see. And so I think what you're seeing is the outcome of a commitment to creating policies and practices that facilitate speech without minimizing disruption, and honestly, a willingness by the Board of Trustees and the administration to withstand the pressure that comes from folks who are unhappy when speech happens that they disagree with.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else sitting here that would like to speak today regarding this bill, 1305? Yes, Representative Belcher. Tom, were you pointing to, I thought you were pointing to Ms. Provencher. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Representative Mike Belcher, Carroll District 4. So we were here and we heard the original testimony on this bill during the hearing. We heard from a student who was a member of a conservative-oriented student organization who participated in a two-person tabling event that was not permitted. He testified that the event was shut down by the university. When the university testified, we did in fact learn that this was their policy, that any unpermitted events are not allowed to go forward, that you're required to get a permit ahead of time for these events. As a part of that hearing, I requested information. I received information, the database of permits issued for 2023. In this database, I identified one event that was not permitted, yet it was nonetheless allowed to go forward. It was a rather large event. It was in the tragic aftermath of the shooting in Lewiston. But this, again, this is an unpermitted event that was allowed to go forward, despite not having received prior approval. We've heard other testimony to that effect in this committee as well. Further, in this database, there were 6, out of the hundreds of permits issued, there were 6 permits indicating that amplification of sound was requested. Of those 6, 4 were requested by evangelical Christian organizations and 2 were requested by pro-Palestinian organizations. Of the evangelical Christian organizations, all 4 were denied. 1 of the 2 pro-Palestinian were approved. They may make the case that they were concerned about some sort of disturbance. However, I would note that the second event that was approved, it was the pro-Palestinian protest, that was approved for amplification despite the fact that a prior event of the same sort had resulted in considerable controversy and a rebuke from the governor even. Now, that's not my concern as far as free speech goes. I think free speech is free speech. But it very seriously undermines any argument that the other organizations were denied amplification because they were afraid of a disruption. Lastly, there was another event, the only event in the entire database that I discovered that required extra scrutiny, because to the extent that they had to consult with a detective on the force about it, because apparently it had received complaints from students. This as well was a conservative Christian organization looking to do evangelism on campus. And this, again, is despite the fact that there were untold numbers of events labeled sex toy pop-up demonstrations that apparently required absolutely no extra scrutiny to approve. So it would be my belief that this database that I believe I provided previously contains incontrovertible evidence of viewpoint-based discrimination at UNH, despite their fire record being good at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions of the representative? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Cronin? Yeah.
Good afternoon again. Tom Cronin with the University System. So thanks to Representative Belcher for pointing some of those out. I just thought it'd be helpful to respond. As we discussed in the last hearing, two sides to every story. During the hearing, you heard from a student who was working with Americans for Prosperity, who testified that they were not given immediate approval to set up a table to hand out literature. I think you also recall that student saying within 2 days they were given approval to hand out literature, and there are at least 4 occasions within the permitting documents of Americans for Prosperity being able to do exactly what that student was asking for. Americans for Prosperity is at present not a recognized student organization, so there are different rules that govern when total third parties to the university come to the university and are given permission to hand out, evangelize, as the representative spoke, and other things. But I think it's pretty clear through here that once asked, the university is very forthcoming in terms of allowing outside groups to share information with our students. Amplification is a time, place, and manner restriction, which we've talked about a lot within the context of this bill. The situations the representative mentioned, the one that was approved, that group specifically moved from directly in front of Thompson Hall. Folks who are familiar with the university know that as the main administration building is right next to our library and is right next to an academic building. They moved from that facility across the street into what we call the fishbowl at the university, which is a big open field. At that point, they had removed themselves from the place concern we have about allowing amplification directly in front of Thompson Hall. The event the representative mentioned where there was additional police scrutiny, that group at multiple times had complaints from students of harassing behavior on behalf of the folks who are on campus handing out their literature, up to and including making physical contact with students. Nevertheless, after having a conversation with the police, we allowed them to come back and continue to exercise their First Amendment rights. I think what this document shows is 201 cases over the course of the last year where organizations have wanted to organize and were given the permission to, wanted to assemble, hand out information on campus, and were given the permission to do so. So I'll stop there. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Does anybody else want to speak with the subcommittee right now? If not, I'm going to close this subcommittee work. We will, due to the fact that a number of people had to leave today for other meetings, we will continue this prior to taking action when we accept the bill. Thank you very much.